Welcome to the International Online Nutrition Seminar 4.0 with the theme Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rista Angelina.
And I'm Sola Gracia.
Will be your Master of Ceremony for today's International Online Nutrition Seminar.
The Honorable, the Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang, Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, MAPPSC.
Head of Department of Nutrition, Mr. Setio Prihatin, DCN MSc.
Our respected speakers, Dr. the Senior Scientist at Newfield Department of Medicine, Oxford University.
Dr. Midret Ocampo Guindola, MSc, Supervising Science Research Specialist, Department of Science and Technology Food and Nutrition Research Institute. Dr. Yasmin Ui Beng Un, Deputy Director Senior Lecturer of Nutrition Program in University Malaysia Sabah.
Dr. Kun Aristiati Susiloretni, SKM MKes, Lecturer of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang.
Our respected moderators, Ms. Elsa Maulina Sofria, nutritionist at Candi Lama, Committee who made the seminar possible. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you.
We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today virtually at today's International Seminar hosted by Student Association of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang, entitled Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment.
Allow me to read the following agenda for today's International Online Nutrition Seminar. Opening MC and Poem.
Listen to National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, Mars and Hymn of Poltekkes, Nutrition Mars.
Speech from the Chairman of the Committee.
Speech from the Head of Nutrition Department.
Speech from Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang. The first panel session with Dr. Anuraj H. Shankar, DSc, and Dr. Mildred Ocampo Guirindola, MSc.
The second panel session with Dr. Yasmin Uwi Bengui and Dr. Kun Aristiati Susiloretni, SKM MKes. Moving to the next agenda is the reciting prayer will be read by Mfafala Iski.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to lead prayers in an Islamic way. Ladies and gentlemen, please be pleased to adjust according to their respective beliefs. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. حمد الشاكرين، حمد الناعمين، حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك عظيم سلطانك. Oh Allah, our Lord, all praise be to you, the preserver of the universe. All praise for the gifts and pleasures that you bestow on. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله. يا ملك يا قدوس, we glorify your name because you alone are our Lord. To you we prostrate, to you alone we give thanks, and to you only we pray. Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, only to you we worship, and only to you we ask for help. Today, we gathered here for the International Nutrition Seminar with the theme Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment. Therefore, O Allah, fill this meeting with kindness from beginning to end. O Allah, who knows best, guide us with your guidance, bless us always with your destiny, and make our hearts always happy with your gift. O my Lord, open my chest and smooth my tongue and make all my affairs ease. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. O Allah, show us that what is right is right. Give us the strength and ability to carry it out. And show us that what is wrong and give us
Thank you, Empafala Iski, for the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to the national anthem of Indonesia, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang anthem and Nutrition anthem. Respectfully.
Thank you. The next agenda is speeches. The first speech is from the head of the committee. Please welcome Zaskia Risa Senasti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, may peace be upon us. The Honorable, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Semarang, Mr. Jeffrey Aryanto, MAPPSC, Head of Nutrition Department, Mr. Setio Prihatin, DCN MSc, our respected speakers, the Dr. Anuraj H. Shankar, DSc, Senior Scientist at Newfield Department of Medicine, University of Oxford. Dr. Mildred Ocampo Guirindola, MSc, Supervising Science Research Specialist, Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Philippines. Dr. Yasmin Wipingwi, Senior Lecturer of Nutrition Program, University Malaysia Sabah. Dr. Kun Aristiati Susiloretni, SKM MKes, Lecturer of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Semarang. And all participants that have been here today at the International Online Nutrition Seminar 4.0. On behalf of the organizing committee who made this seminar possible, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time of your busy schedules to join us today virtually at the International Online Nutrition Seminar 4.0, hosted by Student Association of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Semarang, entitled Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment. I'm standing here as the chairman of the IONS 4.0 committee, and I will convey some information about IONS 4.0 that held today. International Online Nutrition Seminar 4.0 that hosted by Student Association of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Semarang, which was held today, September 16, 2023, attended by approximately 700 participants that have registered before. Our online nutrition seminar will invite speakers from within and outside the country. Thus, we hereby invite all lecturers and students of Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Semarang, faculty and students of Health Education Institute abroad, both government and non-government health institutions, as well as the public and health observers in Indonesia. This event will provide information about several prenatal intervention and stunting, which is discuss about the effects of linear life intervention of neurobehavioral development, the importance of mother's knowledge, determinants and drivers of childhood stunting, the importance of multiple macronutrient supplementation during pregnancy to prevent stunting, and also discuss about the importance of nutrition counseling and education among women of reproductive age and pregnancy women. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all my speech. Once again, on behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome all of you, and I hope you can enjoy this event. I apologize if you found any mistakes in my speech. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Zaskia Risa Sunasti, for the speech.
The second speech is from the head of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang. Welcome, Mr. Setio Prihatin, DCN MSc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the one and all present. The Honorable Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, as the Director of Health Polytechnic of Semarang, all Vice Director of Health Polytechnic of Semarang, the respected expected speaker, Dr. Anuraj H. Shankar, DSc, as a senior scientist at the Nutrifield Department of Medicine, Oxford University. Dr. Mildred Ocampo Gurierdola, MSc, Food and Nutrition Researchers at the Department of Science and Technology, Food Nutrition Technology Institute, Philippines. Speaker third is Dr. Yasmin O. Beng Hui, Senior Lecturer of Nutrition Program in University Malaysia, Sabah. And the last speaker, Dr. Kun Aristiati, STM MCAS, Lecturer in Nutritional Department Health Polytechnic of Semarang. Also, my colleagues as a head of Department of Health Polytechnic of Semarang that join in this meeting today. First, I would like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us His blessing so that we could hold this activity this morning. Today, we all gather here to discuss about a very important topic about how we should preventing a stunting, which is the most vehemently discussed issue with significant implication for the future of the quality next generation. It is a bitter reality that today we still have 21.4% of stunted children, while the national target for the preventive of stunting is 40% in 2024. We know well that the stunting do not only impact on physical damage, but also in a children intelligence. Regarding this one, I think we know that retardation in the early life is associated with the reduced physical, neurodevelopmental, and economic capacity, and finally the elevated risk of metabolic disease into adulthood. As aspect what most people know is that stunting is active physical process because women who are themselves stunted in a childhood tend to have a stunted offspring, creating an intergenerational cycle of poverty and reduce human capacity in difficult to break finally. There are numerous potential causes of stunting in Indonesia. To be specific, the proximate factor are first maternal nutritional status. Poor maternal nutritional status or poorly quality diet may lead to a poor growth of a fetus while in the mother's womb during pregnancy. This will put the baby at risk of health problem during pregnancy, delivery, and after birth. Again, this backdrop, we have assembled here to know more about the topic with many eminent speakers lined up for today. Titling Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment. Hopefully, this international online seminar will be useful and generated better idea in the future. I hope that today's discussion will run smoothly and can be active in the discussion. In this event, I would like to thank the directors of Health Polytechnic of Semarang who support and funding this event. All committee members who have worked hard in preparing this seminar. Finally, I am pleased to Director of Health Polytechnic of Semarang to opening this seminar today. I'm sure that you all will feel enriched with knowledge after completion of the seminar. I welcome you all once again to the seminar and hope that you will have a great time ahead. Thank you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Setio Prihatin for the speech.
Next agenda is a speech from the Director of Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang. Please welcome Mr. Jeffrey Ardianto, MAPP SC.
Thank you very much for the time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable, all of the speakers, Dr. Anuraj, Dr. Mildred, Dr. Yasmin, and also Dr. Gun Aristiati, all of friends from Health Polytechnic Semarang, Department of Nutrition, and all of faculty members. On behalf of the Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all participants who virtually gathered here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a privilege for me to address and welcome all participants of the International Online Nutrition Seminar. Today's special session has been co-organized by Student Association of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang, entitled Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment, in partnership with the Assistance of Indonesia Nutritionist and Dietetic Association. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that stunting are very common nowadays and present a huge threat to health and development, particularly in low and middle-income countries. Early detection and timely treatment of stunting are important as it can reduce the need for the more expensive medical treatment. It is important for us to grasp the knowledge and skills to treat and manage undernutrition well, as it has become the main cause of death globally. Nutrition intervention are of the utmost importance in treatment and management of undernutrition. Through this symposium that involves collaborative effort from multiple universities and countries, I hope that all the participants will have a great knowledge exchange and obtain a wealth of useful information about nutrition interventions, not only for stunting, but also for other medical conditions that require dietary intervention. Besides obtaining knowledge, I also hope that students can improve their soft skills such as communication, analytical, problem solving, and leadership skills. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Online Nutrition Seminar entitled Prenatal Intervention in Stunting with Balanced Nutrition as a Quality Generation Investment, which hold today, are the fourth International Nutrition Seminar organized by Student Association of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang. The Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang carries out activities outside of structured learning activities to improve the academic atmosphere with public lectures, expert lectures, and scientific seminars. We had conducted several prestigious by inviting resource persons from various institutions. One of the main goals of our university is to educate our students as free-thinking individuals with broad horizons to reach their idea in all academic education and teaching lives. For this purpose, our university, which serves with its young and dynamic structures, brings its students together with activities and projects that will bring difference and innovation in scientific, technological, and social fields. This international online seminar will invite several speakers from within and outside the country. We hereby invite all lecturers and students of Health Polytechnic of Ministry of Health Semarang, for lectures and students of health education institution outside the Ministry of Health, health institution, both government and private, as well as the public and health observed in Indonesia, which presented for speakers from within and outside the countries. Number one, Dr. Anurag Shankar, senior scientist at the Nutfield Department, Medicine, Oxford University. Number 2, Dr. Mildred Ocampo Guirindola, Food and Nutrition Researcher at the Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research from Philippines. Dr. Yasmin Ui Penghui, Senior Lectures, Nutrition Program, University Malaysia, Sabah. And Dr. Kun Aristiati, Senior Lectures from Ministry of Health, Semarang. I'm confident that this international online nutrition seminar will generate the ideas and discussion that will contribute to driving the better stunting prevention and treatment strategies. Furthermore, by convening virtually here, we also have opportunity to initiate and strengthen the partnership, which is of central importance in moving our mutual global agenda forward. I look forward to the rich discussion that we'll have today. So your contribution to this forum is highly valued, and also I believe it will be truly impactful in our endeavor, the dietitian and nutritionist roles in these countries. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
I give the time back to the duo's MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing to the next agenda, which is panel discussion 1, will be delivered by Dr. Anuraj H. Shankar, DSc, and Dr. Mildred Gurindola, MSc. His first panel will be led by Ms. Elsa Molina Sofria as moderator. And allow us to read the CV of Ms. Elsa Molina Sofria. Her name is Elsa Molina Sofria, for Education, Nutrition Academy Diploma in Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Semarang, 2008. For her expertise, Siloam Hospital as nutritionist at Amino Gondo Hutomo Regional Mental Hospital, Central Java. Nutritionist at Candilama Community Health Center. Without any further ado, please welcome Ms. Elsa Molina Sofria.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants and distinct guests, I'm deeply honored to welcome you to International Online Nutrition Seminar as moderator on Panel 1. Our journey today is guided by belief that investing in the nutrition mothers and infants is investment in the prosperity and health of entire communities and nations. It is a belief rooted in science, compassion, and the vision for a better world. Now, let us turn our attention to our distinct speaker. Each will bring a unique perspective and wealth knowledge to our seminar. They will address the critical questions related to early interventions, childhood stunting, and the importance of nutrition during pregnancy. Here on panel 1, we have two incredible speakers that joining us. First is Dr. Anuraj H. Shankar, DSc, Senior Scientist at Nutfield Department of Medicine, Oxford University. And the second is Dr. Mildred Ocampo Guirindola, MSc, Food and Nutrition Researchers at Department of Science and Technology, Food Nutrition Research Institute, Philippines. This accomplished speaker will share their invaluable insight and research finding, contributing to our collective understanding of clinical issues surrounding prenatal nutrition and stunting prevention. The presentation will around 30 minutes for each speaker, and then after that, we will have 30 minutes of discussions. Before the presentation start, I would like to read the CVs of our first speaker, Dr. Anurag Shankar. She finished her Bachelor of Science in Chemistry. And second, he finished her Bachelor of Science in Zoology from Ohio University at 1984 and Doctor of Science in Immunology from Harvard University at 1993. His experience with research in community health at the Eichmann Oxford Clinical Research Unit in Jakarta, Indonesia, and its research fellow at Nuffield Department of Medicine, University Oxford. His work span from biomedicine to global health policy, with an unvarying time of regulation and resilience complex system at biological, behavioral, and programmatic level. Dr. Shankar has extensive experience as participant investigator of trial and low middle income countries assessing effect of nutrition and other intervention on maternal, newborn, and child mortality and morbidity, on child cognitive development, on malaria, diarrhea, and pneumonia, and immune function. His research in 2020 includes design of digital assessed serological and molecular diagnostic for SARS-CoV-2 infection and assessment of COVID-19 on pregnancy and impact of COVID-19 related health system change on maternal and newborn health in Indonesia. In that, is this over 10,000 citizens and more than 90 articles in high impact journal. Dr. Shankar has uncountable publications, and then the top newest her publication was Digitalization of Retail Health Information System at Bangladesh Indonesia Pakistan on October 1st, 2022. And then Micronutrient Supplement in Pregnancy and Urgent Priority, September 1st, 2022. And then the Transforming Rapid Diagnostic Test for Precision Public Health, open guidelines for manufacturers and user on July 29, 1992. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Shankar. The time is yours.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. Very excited to be here with all of you today, ladies and gentlemen. So let me share my screen. Okay. Oops. Yes, no. So I would like to speak with you today about an effect of stunting that is a known effect, right? As mentioned earlier for our introductory speakers, they mentioned that all the various health outcomes of stunting reduction, which are certainly very important. And there is this assumption that stunting reduction will improve cognitive development also. So this is what I wanted to speak with you about today, is how much can you expect, in fact, improvement in cognitive performance with reduction in stunting? Because this is one of the ideas that there is, in fact, improved human capital, as a result of stunting reduction. So I wanted to investigate that a bit more. So the title of this talk is Effects of Early Life Interventions on Linear Growth. Do these actually correspond to effects of neurobehavioral development? So I first want to acknowledge several different persons really contributed to this presentation and the work that I'm going to show you. So what about brain development and gestation and infancy and the potential effects of stunting reduction? So basically you can see here the neural tube begins to form really 16 days after conception. Within 7 months, the brain resembles the brain of an adult with 6 layers of cortex, and then continues to develop throughout pregnancy. So this is a more detailed view of that. So you can see that during the embryonic period here, you have development of cells, migration of these cells, axonal and dendritic outgrowth, programmed cell death. This is all part of really what is shaping the brain itself. And of course, the function of synapses, connections between the different cells, and so forth. And then after birth, in fact, as a result of additional nutrition and brain stimulation, you find, in fact, additional growth of the brain, but not so much in the size of the brain, mostly issues sort of the internal connectivity of the cells. And this is really what leads to intelligence. So this shows you really what is the potential contribution of nutrition. And here you can see that, there is a potential contribution of several different aspects of nutritional supplementation. You have, protein energy playing an important role for axon and dendrite growth. These different vitamins and nutritional elements have been shown to have an important contribution: vitamin B6, zinc, iron, iodine. Of course, we all know about iodine, the importance of that for cognitive development. And for synapse formation, it's been shown clearly that, again, vitamins, particularly vitamin B6, iron, choline, amino acids, of course, omega-3 fatty acids, etc. All of these really play an important role. This additional function of development of the cells is very important. The sheath of myelin around the cell is very important for the propagation of the action potential in a nerve cell. And again, you can see a lot of these similar nutritional components are important. And this is a very famous image from an old publication, 1993. Basically, images taken from infants who were 10 months of age, who did not survive for various reasons, and they were able to look carefully at their neuronal growth. And you can see that the undernourished ones, that their growth and connections in their brain were not as strong compared to the ones that were. So basically, malnourished ones compared to the well-nourished ones. You can see here a lot more brain connections, not brain connections, but connections between the cells. The axon growth, the dendritic growth, and so forth was a lot more. So this really suggests this issue around persons that are undernourished early in life. In fact, that can affect the brain development. So it appears like there's a biological connection there. And in fact, what we find is that during the process of cognitive development, various different types of cognitive processings, that there is a trajectory, in fact. So at different times of the development of the person, in fact, different processes are being affected. So I already talked about this. Here's, if you see the birth of the child here, I already talked about this time before birth, in fact, how the brain is developing before birth, but now after birth, early on, you see the seeing and the hearing aspects of the brain development are occurring. After that, really up to around 6 months to 12 months, so 6 to 12 months up to a year of age. These functionalities related to receptive language and speech production are developing very strongly, which is interesting. So it shows really the stimulation of the child, speaking with them, other sorts of interactions, and in that sense make it important for their language development. Even though they might not be speaking a lot, at that time, hearing words and so forth is very important. Then, of course, onward, higher cognitive functions continue to develop, really, up to 14 years of age and beyond. So this is really the developmental trajectories. So you can see really throughout, certainly the first 1,000 days and beyond, stimulation of the brain in order to enable it to grow for all its functions is extremely important. And here's again a table highlighting specific regions of the brain and particular nutritional components that can play an important role in brain development in the first 1,000 days. So for instance, protein is important throughout gestation and of course 4 to 12 months during the postnatal period. So this is really, protein in the that's being consumed, and the specific parts of the brain that are affected by that. Particularly, you can see overall brain development, of course, in the hippocampus, various particular parts of the brain, and particular anatomical issues of cell development, as I mentioned earlier, and then long chain polyunsaturated fatty acids. This period, really the last trimester of gestation and 2 to 3 months postnatally, overall brain development, but particularly eye function, and of course iron, zinc, and iodine. You can kind of get an idea here about where these are important. Some are more important in the last trimester, some are last trimester of pregnancy, some are more important in the first trimester and the last trimester. So again, the timing is very important in these. So I think all of these are playing, a crucial role. So again, this idea that nutrition is important for brain development, and of course may also have an impact on stunting. All of these are potentially important. But again, I wanted to highlight the contribution of non-nutritional components to brain development. So again, this is a very classic experiment done many years ago, 1998, where they looked very carefully at animals that were raised in either a standard cage or a enriched cage. And what you can see there, in fact, is the animals that were raised in the enriched cage, they in fact had greater brain weight, cortical thickness, increased dendritic development, increased synapses, and increased myelinization of the cells. So this is really interesting because this is showing that some of the same changes that we saw earlier in the slides that I showed you related to being undernourished or not also seem to be associated not with the nutritional status, but just with the stimulation environment. So now we're beginning to see that maybe the nutritional aspect of it for brain development is not the only thing that's important. In fact, the environment and the environment that's stimulating the brain is very important also. So this is just a conceptual framework of different pathways, for example, that might have an impact on both height and brain development. So certainly nutritional status, this can affect illness, can affect physical activity. These would have an impact on physical growth, okay, the length of the child, and all these things really the caregiver as well. So the caregiver, whatever they're doing, that may have an impact, of course, on the physical growth of the child and also on brain development and function. And these different pathways can have an impact on cognitive function. So you can see that both nutritional status can have a direct pathway on cognitive function. Nutritional status can have an impact on physical growth, right? Reduction of stunting. And all these things likewise interact with the caregiver. So it's sort of a complex interaction of elements that influence both physical growth and that also are influencing the cognitive development. So this is further information on different nutritional supplements that have been given and studied. So we became interested in what is the effect, in fact, of prenatal nutritional interventions, because this is one way you can influence the child development. And we know that birth weight, for example, is a big predictor of stunting. So the prenatal intervention could be very important. So here we see a summary of studies of prenatal nutritional interventions and their impact on cognitive development. And overall, we're seeing here some effects, relatively small effects, and overall non-significant. So this was our first clue that, in fact, these interventions that may have an impact, in fact, on the birth weight, as many of them did, may or may not by themselves actually have an impact on cognitive development. So we wanted to look at that more carefully. So this is a study we did here in Indonesia many, many years ago, the Summit trial, which was a intervention of multiple micronutrient supplementation and looking at the impact of that on child survival. So it was a large-scale trial, enrolled and followed up approximately 31,000 pregnancies. And what this observed, there was an 18% reduction of infant deaths due to this intervention, and 38% reduction in infant deaths if the mom had been anemic during pregnancy. So a very big impact, in fact, of this intervention. Oops. Trying to advance the slide there. Uh-oh. Sorry, hold on a second. Seem to have a freezing issue here. Uh-oh, lost you.
Is there any problem, sir? Hello, Dr. Anuraj? Are you here, sir? Loss of connection. Okay, while we're waiting for Dr. Anuraj to come, you can access the link on the comment
Hello.
of the presidency.
Sorry,
Hello? Are you?
I'm back. I'm very sorry for
Yeah.
the connection problem here. Let me restart here. Hold on a second. Apologies. Okay. Okay, can you see that?
Okay.
Okay, let me move through this and restart here where we were. Okay, so I was just presenting here, showing the result of this summit work, the MMS supplementation, multiple micronutrient supplementation, showing this impact on child survival. And we were also able to show that this multiple micronutrient supplementation actually improved the cognition of the mom during the pregnancy. So you can see that here's the mom here, and particularly if the mother had been anemic, you see, or undernourished. If the mom was undernourished or anemic, you see improvement in her overall cognitive performance in the MMS group compared to the iron and folic acid group. So there's a very substantial change, improvement of maternal cognitive performance. So then we were very interested in knowing whether or not a long-term follow-up in these children would reveal any impacts of the MMS on child cognition. So we did a 10-year follow-up, actually 9 to 12 years after the birth of the children in the Summit trial. We tested around 3,400 of them for cognitive performance. And we observed, in fact, yes, there were improvements in cognitive performance over time in children whose mother had received the MMS. So the maternal multiple micronutrient supplementation, in fact, did have a long-term impact on the cognition of the children. But we were able to look at something else, which turned out to be actually much more interesting. And what we were able to look at was this issue of overall in these children, because we had followed them up over time, we knew the characteristics of their the pregnancy, and we also knew the characteristics of nurturing and stimulation in their home. So we could actually examine the relative contribution of biomedical risk factors versus socio-environmental risk factors on these different cognitive domains. So what I want to draw your attention to is this postnatal growth, which is basically the stunting component. And you can see that growth did have a contribution to general intellectual ability, but its contribution was very small compared to these other socio-environmental aspects. So the education of the mom, the psychosocial status of the mom herself, if she was depressed or not, the education, these factors actually had a much, much larger effect. And generally, the socio-environmental factors had much larger impacts on the cognition than the biomedical risk factors. And in fact, here, the socio-emotional development of the child, you can see that the depression level of the mother really was a huge impact on that. So this was our clue, one of our first clues that maybe, in fact, the stunting itself is unlikely to have a big impact on the cognitive development of individuals. So although they're associated, maybe there's not much of a strong strong causal factor there. So interventions that reduce stunting maybe won't have much of an impact on cognitive performance. And so to look at that more, and I know I'm behind schedule, so let me just skip forward a bit, that we did this systematic review and analysis, which was basically do effects of early life interventions on linear growth correspond to effects on neurobehavioral development. And what we did is we went back and we looked at all published papers where they had done some intervention during either the prenatal period or in the first 1,000 days overall. And where in those same studies, they had assessed both cognitive development and the growth of the child, right? So both the length of the child they had assessed, and they had assessed the cognitive development. So this is the result of this analysis, systematic review. And what you can see here is that here's in the studies, you can see here the general effect on the height. So the height for age Z-score. So the studies had sort of a range of effects of their interventions, some not much, some had an impact here on improving the height of the children. And in those same studies, here's the impact on the cognitive or psychosocial or mental development score, or language score, or motor functioning score, or socio-emotional score. And just looking at this, you can see that, in fact, there's not much of a strong association between what happened in terms of height and what happens with respect to psychosocial development. Not a strong correlation. So again, suggesting that these two phenomenon, increasing in height and brain development or cognitive development, are not strongly associated. And if we look at this very carefully now, stratified by specific interventions, here's what you can see really clearly. So nutritional interventions overall did have a small effect, about maybe 0.1, 0.05 or 0.1 standard deviations on height. And they also had a small impact on cognitive development. And those effects of those nutritional interventions were tended to be a bit larger in LMICs compared to high-income countries. And overall maternal supplementation, which tended to have an effect, was not as high an impact on growth as child supplementation. So from a nutritional standpoint, maternal supplementation appears to be important, but child supplementation appeared to have, in these different studies that measured both, child supplementation appeared to have a bigger role. And then if you look carefully at what type of nutritional supplements were important, macronutrient supplementation, multiple micronutrients, or single nutrient supplementation, overall it looks as though, protein calorie supplementation had a bigger importance. Now, if you use MMS, multiple micronutrients, that also appears to have an important role. But you can see, as far as all these effects of nutritional supplementation, relatively small impacts on both height and, in fact, on cognitive development. Now, the very interesting thing is, if you look here at the bottom of this chart, studies promoting responsive care and learning opportunities. So this is nurturing and stimulation. These had much bigger effects here, 4 to 5-fold larger effects. And this is highlighted sort of better here. You can see in the green here, the green box that I've highlighted, this is nurturing and stimulation interventions really having a very big effect on cognitive development, 4 to 5 times bigger than the nutritional interventions. So this is really highlighting the idea that stunting reduction itself, or interventions that influence the growth, the height of the child, probably won't have much of an impact on the cognitive development, but nurturing and stimulation interventions directly for the child will have a very big effect, 4 to 5-fold larger effect. So if you expect to have improvements of human capital associated with stunting reduction, these biomedical interventions are not enough. you are going to have to implement really nurturing and stimulation interventions to have really the improvement in human capital and cognitive development. And these things are possible. There are interventions known to have these sorts of effects. There's structured play. Even an undernourished child, in fact, who receives these interventions has a big change in cognitive development. And so that's very important to know. There are very specific interventions that can have a impact. So this is the final idea I want to convey to you, that cognitive development or neurodevelopmental processes can be impaired by lack of nurturing and developmental stimulation. They can also be impaired by deficiencies in macro and micronutrients. And point two, linear growth and cognitive development have different etiologies, although with some small overlap. So that is the important thing to know. And the last point is the main one, the important one, is for thriving populations, nurturing and stimulations have 4 to 5-fold greater effect on than nutrition on cognition, and that improved linear growth alone will not have substantial effects on cognition. So we really need to focus on additional interventions other than symptom reduction to thriving communities. So I think that's it. I'll leave you with that. Apologies for the difficulties in the connection. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shankar. Your insight into intricate relationship between early intervention and linear growth neurobehavior development has been truly eye-opening. Your expertise has enriched our understanding of critical area. Next, move to the next. We have second speakers. Dr. Mildred Ocampo Guirandola, MSc. For that, I would like to say hello to Dr. Mildred. Are you there? Hello, Dr. Mildred.
Hello. Wait.
Hello, yeah, you there.
Yeah.
Dr. Mildred will be present on topic maternal factors and other determinant as driver of childhood stunting in Philippines. Before that, I would like to read this CVs or Dr. Mildred Ocampo Guirandola. Yes, she finished her Bachelor of Science Nutrition in University of the Philippines, Los Banos, in 1996. The Master of Professional Studies in Food and Nutrition Planning in University of the Philippines, Los Banos, on 23. Doctor of Philosophy and Environmental Science in University of Philippines, Los Banos, in 2022. Her experience on student leader, food environment, study 2022 National Nutrition Survey.
Protokol itu banyak banget. Nah ini teman-teman, sebelum di yang lain.
Study leader, maternal health and nutrition component, National Nutrition Survey. Study leader on food environment post store survey, local level food health and nutrition survey in 2000. Team coordinator various NNS from 2011 to 2018. Technical facial person, DOS and FNRI, and UNICEF study on infant and young child feeding practice and anemia prevention and control in regulation in regions 5.6 on 2011. Her publication, the news is Unmasking the Real Effect of Gender Household Health in Household Food Security in Philippines. Philippines Journal of Science, February 2023. And last but not least, Dr. Mildred. Please welcome Dr. Mildred Ocampo. The stage is
Hello.
yours. Hello.
Hello. I'm having problem.
Is there any problem?
I will share my screen, but I think my wait for a while.
Hello, Dr. Mildred.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We can see your PPT.
Can
Your
you see
screen.
my screen?
Okay.
Yes, we can see
We
that.
can see your screen.
Okay. So I will start. So good morning, everyone. So I would like to
Morning.
extend, I would like to extend my
Good
sincerest,
morning.
yes, to the organizers. Special thanks to my friend, my classmate, Dr. Henny, for inviting me.
Okay.
And yeah,
Nice to
I
have you
feel
here.
I feel so privileged to be joining the same platform with Dr. Shankar. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that wonderful research on cognitive nutrition, stunting, and so many, many more. So for this morning, I will be sharing the data on nutrition in the Philippines. So as a background, I will say something about my institution, what are the nutrition and health challenges of Filipino women of reproductive age, and also among our children, the stunting, what are the determinants, and what we need to do, the ways forward. So DOST-FNRI, my office, is the research arm of the government in food and nutrition. So we have these mandates of defining the citizen risk nutritional status with reference to the malnutrition problem, and to develop and recommend evidence-based policy options and strategies. And for these researches, we need to, of course, diffuse these knowledge and technologies to various stakeholders in the country. So in terms of our number one mandate of how we need to really update the nutritional situation of the country, we have this so-called National Nutrition Survey. So under Executive Order 352, it means we really have a legal basis for doing so. It is signed by no less than the President that our National Nutrition Survey is a designated statistical activity that will generate critical data for decision-making of the government and the private sector. So as a background, so we have this survey starting 1978. So for sure, most of the students here in the platform have not been born yet, and we're already doing this National Nutrition Survey. So we do this every 5 years. But in 1990, we started this so-called updating survey just to have the anthropometric measurements of our children and mothers as the vulnerable groups. So the survey evolved and changed. It becomes more enhanced and intensive. And also in 2018 to 2022, we embarked on this so-called expanded National Nutrition Survey. So in this survey, we have this so-called expanded. So it means more so far it is intensive in such we covered it in 3 years and covered all the provinces and highly urbanized cities in the country. It means all the provinces and highly urbanized cities have data, disaggregated data. So as a background, how important is women's health and nutrition during pregnancy and lactation? So they are the major predictors of health and nutrition and well-being of our children. So why I opted to start my presentation with the nutrition in the life cycle. So we need to review why it really matters that we understand the nutrition and the life cycle. So starting from the women who are malnourished and pregnant and lower weight. When a woman gets pregnant and has poor nutrition during pregnancy, so the mother has little weight gain, and this affects the outcome of her pregnancy. So in her, we have a low birth weight baby, and this low birth weight baby, if we did not intervene, there is inadequate cuts up growth. So we have the child will have frequent infections, inadequate food, healthcare. So this child will result to a stunted child, no? And why eradicating stunting matters? So because we know that stunted children have poor development outcomes, they have increased risk of morbidity and mortality. It is associated with decreased lifelong income earning potential and labor productivity as an adult, and is a heavy burden, no, on the healthcare and social safety nets. So in the Philippines, based on the UNICEF study in 2017, it is estimated that 4.4 billion pesos or 1.5% of the country's GDP is lost because of children's undernutrition. And the vicious cycle becomes bigger and bigger as the undernourished child becomes an adolescent and carries with him or her the care practices rendered by his or her parents. And they become pregnant, and the cycle begins again, and it becomes vicious and becomes bigger and bigger. Unfortunately, there is only a narrow window of opportunity, right, for adequate nutrition to ensure optimal feeding and physical and cognitive development. Therefore, intervention to improve nutritional outcomes must focus on children in this age group, no, the first 1,000 days of life, and on women of childbearing age. So for this presentation, coming from the data we have in the Expanded National Nutrition Survey, we categorize our women of reproductive age into non-pregnant, non-lactating, pregnant, and lactating women. So I will present one by one the nutrition condition of these women of reproductive age. So for chronic energy deficiency and overweight and obesity among non-pregnant, non-lactating women, we see here that 1 in every 10 non-pregnant, non-lactating women is chronic energy deficient. While it's very big, no, very high, that 4 in every 10 non-pregnant, non-lactating women are overweight and obese. And we all know that both chronic energy deficiency and overweight and obesity are undesirable for women of reproductive age. We all know that undernutrition increases the rate of low birth weight, preterm birth, and intrauterine growth retardation, while overweight and obesity increases the risk of gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, and other life-threatening situations during postpartum. While disaggregated, no, by place of residence and wealth status, chronic energy deficiency is not significantly different between urban and rural and wealth status. But for overweight and obesity, it is significantly different by age groups. It's significantly higher among older age groups than their counterpart mothers, teenage mothers, I mean, for less than 20 years old. For overweight and obesity among non-pregnant and non-lactating women, so it is significantly higher in the urban areas, and it is present, no, regardless of wealth status, but we can observe that there is an increasing trend as the wealth status of the household increases. So the second category of the women of reproductive age were the pregnant women. So these were the women who were pregnant at the time of the survey. So the proportion of nutritionally at risk pregnant women in the Philippines, no, in 2021, we have 16.4%. So these are the proportion of women at risk of delivering low birth weight babies, and This is significantly higher among teenage pregnant mothers. While for the lactating mothers, so these are the mothers with children during the time of the survey, 0 to 36 months, I mean. So we see here that 1 in every 10 lactating mothers were chronic energy deficient, while 3 in every 10 lactating mothers are overweight and obese. So we can see here that for the teenage mothers, we see chronic energy deficiency. For older mothers, we see overweight and obesity as our problem. So CED is higher among younger lactating mothers than their counterparts. In terms of overweight and obesity among our lactating mothers, so we see it's very high at 3 in every 10 or 30.6% lactating mothers are overweight and obese, and it is significantly higher again among the older age groups. For the top sources of energy and nutrients, so we have this, we gather this to our 24-hour food recall method, through face-to-face interview. So I have here, just to summarize the list of the top 30 food items commonly consumed by our pregnant women. And we can all see here that rice was the top most commonly consumed food, for, of course, because this is our staple food, same as Indonesia, right? So rice being our staple food. So coconut oil ranked second. Yeah. And chicken egg as third commonly consumed food items. So aside from chicken egg, we have other protein food sources like milk, meat, fish. For vegetables, we can see here that vegetables like carrot, eggplant, beans, horseradish leaves were eaten. But take note that they were eaten in very small amount. Look at the mean intake, it's less than 10. And also the proportion eating these foods, these vegetables is very low. Less than 50 grams versus the recommended that is 400 grams for fruits and vegetables. And in the list, we cannot see any fruits that is commonly consumed by our pregnant women. While other miscellaneous foods like 3-in-1 coffee, soy sauce, and soft drinks were in the list. And the same is true with the commonly consumed food items of our lactating mothers. They have, so rice again tops the list of commonly consumed foods, followed by coconut oil. Then 3-in-1 coffee ranked third among the lactating mothers' commonly consumed food. And it was the 5th food item among the pregnant. So the protein-rich food items commonly consumed were also egg, meat, and fresh foods. And also the fruits and vegetables are even lower than the pregnant mothers, while the other miscellaneous foods are also present, like 3-in-1 coffee, soy sauce, and soda. So by the quality of the foods they consume, we can already infer what is the energy and nutrient adequacy of the intake of our women of reproductive age. So we can see here that by proportion of meeting the recommended energy intake and the estimated average requirements. So in terms of energy, you can see here, it's very sad that only 1 in 10 pregnant women are meeting their energy adequacy. And for protein, the proportion meeting the adequacy decreases with age. And we see here not very high proportion of women not meeting adequacies for calcium, iron, vitamin A, vitamin C. And we all know that these micronutrients are very important for our, in the conception stage, in the prenatal stage, for the brain development. cognition of our infants, our newborn. So for the lactating mother, same story, no? Inadequacies, very high proportion who are not meeting the energy, the protein, the calcium, and all other micronutrients. So let's go on to the mother's health-seeking behaviors during pregnancy. So we all know that aside from the food that they ate during pregnancy, it is important that they seek the services or the prenatal care. So based on the previous WHO guidelines of at least 4 prenatal checkups, it's very sad that only 46.4% of our pregnant women were meeting the at least 4 prenatal visits. So how much more that the revised WHO guideline is at least 8 prenatal visits. So this shows that more than half of our pregnant women are not meeting the required prenatal visits. And this has implications on their supplementation and so much more. So it's generally lower among our teenage mothers and higher among our rich and richest families. So we also looked into the mothers who availed their timely prenatal checkup, which means within the first 3 months or the first trimester of pregnancy. So it shows here that it's about 72.7%. So about 7 out of 10. It means that 3 out of 10 pregnant women are not having their prenatal checkup on time. So it's also lower among our teenagers and is slightly higher among, it slightly increases with increasing wealth quintile. So in terms of pregnant women who are taking micronutrient supplements, so it is consistent with the proportion of women who have their timely prenatal checkup of about 74.6%. So it shows here that iron tablet of any kind was the most predominantly used supplement, while about 30% are taking any folic acid supplements. So by age, pregnant women, a slightly higher proportion of older women took micronutrient supplements than their younger counterparts. And by wealth quintile, we can see that the proportion who took supplements is higher, it increases with increasing wealth quintile. So that's all about our women of reproductive age. So I will briefly show you the status or the situation about our stunting preschool age children. So I divided it into 0 to 23 months and as a group, the children under 5. So by the prevalence of stunting among Filipino children, 0 to 23 months, by age group. So it's very high, at 21.6%. And you can see here, that the stunting prevalence abruptly increased at 6 to 11 months and almost double when the child reached 12 to 23 months. So grouping all the children 0 to 59 months, so it is even higher at 26.7%. So based on and we can see here, the abrupt increase when the child reaches 12 to 23 months. Based on the World Bank study in 2021, so the Philippines is the 5th in Southeast Asia with the highest prevalence of stunting, and I think 10th in the world. So it's not a very good statistics to show. So we all know that infant and young child feeding plays a crucial role in the malnutritional status of our children. So I have here some status on our breastfeeding indicators. So we all know that for breastfeeding, it is recommended that newborn should be early initiated to breastfeed, no, within 1 hour after delivery, exclusively breastfeed from birth up to 6 months, and complementary food should be given at 6 months of age and continue to be breastfed until 2 years old. So this is our data, recent data on breastfeeding practices. So about 72.4% were timely breastfed within 1 hour, exclusively breastfed at about 60.1%. So this is an improvement from our previous statistics. While continued breastfeeding at 1 year is 64.2%. And we can see here the abrupt, the continued breastfeeding at 2 years is even lower. So it means that mothers did not continue to breastfeed until 2 years, as recommended. So for the complementary feeding practices, so I'm going to present 3 complementary feeding indicators which are used to assess the quality of feeding of our infants and young children. So we have here the minimum dietary diversity. So operationally, it is the proportion of children 6 to 23 months of age who consume foods and beverages from at least 5 or more food groups. So this is based on the 2021 WHO definition, no? And the data shows that Filipino infants, 6 to 20 infants and children meeting the dietary diversity is very low at 13.8%. So this indicates low dietary diversity, which can indeed increase their micronutrient deficiencies and how it affects the cognition of our children and their nutritional status. So the next indicator is the minimum meal frequency. So by operational definition, it is the proportion of children 6 to 23 months who consume foods at least the minimum number of times during the previous day. So the data is showing here is that it is high at 90.9%. So it means that Filipino children are fed adequately the number of times required. But when we look at the minimum acceptable diet, which is the combination of the proportion of children meeting both the dietary diversity and minimum meal frequency, it is again low at 13.3%. So it's because of the driving force why it's low is because of the minimum dietary diversity proportion. So looking at the top food sources of as source of energy and nutrient adequacy of our infants and young children. So I also have here the list of the 30 commonly consumed foods I took from our dietary survey in 2018 to 2019. So what is it showing us? So the most commonly consumed foods remains rice, followed by coconut oil. And other carbohydrate sources includes breads and cookies. So for protein sources, we have milk, chocolate-flavored drinks, egg, meat, and fish. So for fruits and vegetables, we have here some vegetables, so squash, horseradish leaves, taken at very small amounts. So for 6 months to 5 years old, so we can see here that miscellaneous foods such as 3-in-1 coffee and soda were already in the list. So in terms of the proportion meeting the energy and nutrients, so we can see here that about 1 to 2 infants and preschool children are meeting their energy adequacy. And the proportion of infants and preschool children meeting the recommended energy, calcium, iron, and vitamin C is lowest among the 3 to 5 years old children. And same with the pregnant and lactating women, we see high nutritional inadequacies, no, in terms of iron, calcium, vitamin A, and vitamin C. So based on the statistics, the slides that I have shown you, we all know why 3 in every 10 under 5 Filipino children are stunted. So based on the study of Mabuya et al. On the risk factors of stunting among 0 to 5 months old in the Philippines, the data shows that low birth outcome, being low birth weight, is the highest risk factor for stunting among our children. We also have here maternal risk factors, such as mothers being of short stature with low BMI. So inadequate prenatal checkups and birth delivery. So for mothers being of short stature and with low BMI, because we have observed, no, that most Filipino mothers are the teenage ones are getting pregnant, no? And based in the Philippines, because of this, though, the birth outcome, based on the 27 National Demographic Survey, it is estimated that about 15% of our live births were considered low birth weight. So for 6 to 24 months, no, the same risk factors were noted. So for birth outcome being low birth weight, so maternal factors, mothers being of short stature with low BMI, and inadequate prenatal services and facility-based delivery. In addition, the study also showed some household characteristics that are risk factors for stunting. So this is where household food insecurity come in, the lack of dietary diversity of the family diet, the type of cooking fuel, the presence of refrigerator in the households, and the wash facilities like improved drinking water and sanitation facilities, or the presence of toilets, how they manage their garbage, and so on. So in summary, the data shows that stunting among under 5 Filipino children remains high at 26.7% and is classified as a public health significance. A higher proportion of our teenage pregnant mothers are nutritionally at risk, while teenage lactating mothers are chronic energy deficient. So these are the sources of our low birth weight babies. And stunting determinants include being born low birth weight, mothers having suboptimal prenatal conditions, poor feeding practices, the socioeconomic factors, in the adequate food security and dietary diversity, and the presence of wash facilities in the households are some of the risk factors identified. So indeed, the stunting is cyclical, no? Unless we intervene for the antenatal intervention, we intervene in terms of antenatal, early childhood services, such as proper complementary feeding, wash facilities, and catch up during late childhood. So in terms of dietary diversity, wash facilities, so the cycle of stunting will just go on, will just gets bigger, and that's why we really need to intervene and do something that is more than what we are doing previously. So what can be done, what we are doing? So we really need to invest in nutrition, no? Multi-sectoral networks, really identifying and supporting the mothers and children who are at risk of malnutrition, is strengthening the implementation of nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive and enabling support programs, and really closely monitoring our nutrition interventions and programs in terms of, are they effective? Are the outcomes being are the outcomes really what we ought to be? So time and time again, we have this Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition. So we are in another 5-year plan, the 2023 to 2028. So these are our goals and targets, no? So in terms of identifying the problems, so the National Nutrition Survey is able to do this, but in terms of implementation, this is one of the challenges. The challenges is indeed in how we implement our programs. So the goal is to reduce all forms of malnutrition across life stages, no? Undernutrition, overnutrition, micronutrient deficiencies, inadequate infant and young child feeding practices, and food insecurity. So these are the multi-pronged problems that we have in our country. So what are the PPAN interventions that we have to do? We really need to increase the availability, access, and affordability of nutritious foods. At the same time, better practices by way of making sure that maternal health service packages are available. There is IYCA promotion and counseling. There is the implementation of integrated social behavior change for the first 1,000 days. Social behavior change for our school children, adults, adolescents, and all lives in the life cycle, and also improve access to quality services, particularly an integrated maternal and child health and nutrition services. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sama-sama Dr. Wirindola ya. Your expertise and dedication to the field nutrition and early intervention have illuminated the discussion us today. Your presentation have not only deepened our understanding in the critical issues surrounding by prenatal intervention in stunting, but also have inspired us to consider multifactorial factors involved. Next agenda, we will open the discussion session to all participants who want to ask questions. You can raise your hand in the Zoom room, or you can ask through the Pigeonholes link that will share to the chat room. Is there any participant who want to ask something to Dr. Anuraj?
Dr. Susie.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Elsa. Welcome to our Zoom meeting, Dr. Anuraj. Yeah, I'm happy to be with you in this moment. You mentioned before that one determinant stunting is mother stress. Right, it is right, Anuraj? Yeah. Can you explain further how stress mother influence the incident of stunting, and what strategies to overcome it? Is it clear, Dr. Arnold? My question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think, thank you so much, Ibu Susi.
Yeah.
So There is an impact of maternal and paternal stress on stunting. In fact, it's a very large effect. And I think Dr. Kun Susilaretny has done a very nice analysis on that. I assume she's going to present that here today. But yes, there is a very substantial effect of that. And it's also known that there's an impact of that on child cognitive development. I think the interventions for that would be important would be, the specific parenting interventions and focus on the welfare of the family, the psychosocial welfare of the family. So this is sort of this next generation of important interventions that I think need to be done, because I think that's underappreciated idea that human beings are really predominantly psychosocial individuals, not biomedical individuals, but all the interventions to make better humans are biomedical interventions. So this is a very basic mistake made in public health more than 100 years ago that we're still making today. So there has to be a redefining of what public health is, a redefining of what it means to be a thriving person. And you can see in the data that I presented there, again, it's amazing that if you want to have, it's amazing and obvious that if you want to have improvement in human capital development, thriving country, thriving community, you need to focus on the nurturing and stimulation for children and also everyone else. So the idea that somehow there will be a huge benefit from improvement in height, that is not correct. It's a good idea to reduce stunting. And there also needs to be focus on the nurturing and stimulation in order to get improvement in development of the society. So linear growth improvement, stunting reduction will not result in a major improvement of society. Nurturing and stimulation will. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anurag. But one cause of stress because they have no money. It means that we will give enough money to them is make they happy, or or other intervention. Maybe we give their food or etc. Because basic of the cause of human stress is they have no money, no money to buy food, no money to make them happy, etc. It means that one strategy is we give their money. Is that right or not?
I think that so the most important thing is if the person can become personally empowered, so they have the skills, both the skills psychosocially and emotionally, to be a more resilient person, and then they're able to seek more solutions for themselves. Definitely providing opportunities for income, maybe food subsidies, all those things are important, but providing those financial benefits alone or the food benefits alone are not going to lead to rapid change. They may lead to change over time, improvements. And from an ethical standpoint, they should be done. If a poor person or an undernourished person lacks those things, those interventions should be done. But those are not enough to transform the life of that person. There needs to be something more about helping that person succeed through improved agency, psychosocial improvement, education also, and so forth. And we've also learned that education itself, just routine education, that's good to do, essential to do, must be done. But there's another type of skill that needs to be developed in people. And that's the skill, again, of agency, personal agency and empowerment, the belief and the ability that you can do the things that are necessary to improve your life and implement the decisions that you make. Yeah. Good question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anurag.
Is that clear, Mrs. Susi?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes,
Thank you.
good. Yes. We have next question. Anyone who want to ask, please raise your hand on the Zoom room and open your microphone.
Okay, maybe from me, moderator.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Anurag, for your presentation, excellent presentation. From your screen, we can see that there is study compare the multiple micronutrient supplementation to the stunting children. From your perspective or your knowledge, which one is better between giving multiple micronutrient intervention and increasing the local food that people consume every day? Which one is better, or we have to combine it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So the MMS supplementation, right? The complete supplement that we gave, micronutrient supplementation, that is very important, mostly because it reduces death in children. It also improved the birth weight in children, bigger impact also in girls compared to boys. So the fact that it's improving birth weight, reducing death by 18%, reducing death by 38% if the mother was anemic. That is the reason to give the MMS. And that should be done immediately in Indonesia as soon as possible.
Okay.
It should be changed in policy there. There is not a substantial impact on MMS, on stunting reduction, as far as we can tell. I mean, in terms of a long-term follow-up, MMS did not have an impact on stunting.
Okay.
That's very important to know. Now, protein calorie supplementation, food supplementation, that is extremely important to improve also development of the child, during the pregnancy and also afterwards. So, as you know, really it's the first 1,000 days, really the first, 12 months, 12 to 18 months after birth, that most of the stunting is accrued. So the protein calorie supplementation has a very big impact. Infection reduction. These are the two things: better food during the first 1,000 days and infection reduction. Infection reduction, that is very, very important. So I think both of these, the protein calorie supplementation, the MMS, right? That is very important. And then I would say that those things should be done, very essential. And then, as I said, infection reduction, and definitely strengthening very strongly of psychosocial intervention, strengthening the family and for the child. I think the big benefit in a country like Indonesia, any country, the big benefit really is the psychosocial interventions at the household level. So these must be done together with the other biomedical interventions. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Okay, in some Southeast Asia country, our food consumption pattern is still very bad, not so good. So MMS still, we still need it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Anurag.
Definitely, yeah. You should transition to MMS as soon as possible for pregnant women.
Okay, yes.
Yes. Great, thank you.
Okay,
And
that is
moderator, may I have a question for Mr. Anuraj? I'm
Oh, yes,
Christiana from Midwifery Department.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
of course. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Anuraj. I'm Christiana from Midwifery Department, Health Polytechnic of Semarang. My concern is related with poor sanitation, hygiene sanitation in some of our communities. According Mr. Anuraj, is there any correlation the pet sanitation with the quality of nutrition, and then impact to stunting, Mr. Anuraj? I think that's my concern, because the hygiene sanitation and how we cook the food, for example, we still in the bad condition in some of community in my country, Mr. Anuraj.
Yes. Yeah. So as I was mentioning, previously, infection control is very important, and you're absolutely correct that is part of that. Hygiene and sanitation is extremely important. So gastrointestinal infections especially have an adverse effect on the growth of the child. So all interventions to have a more hygienic home environment, better sanitation, clean drinking water, sources of water is very important, and proper sewage disposal is very important. So it's very clear the major determinants of stunting are, for sure, socioeconomic status, the maternal and paternal education, psychosocial stress in the household, food adequacy, and infection. So yeah, sanitation very important. Particularly gastrointestinal infections have a adverse effect. Yeah, so that those need to have interventions specifically for that. But again, if you do all those things, just those things, you will have improvement in health, you'll have improvement in growth, but those individuals may not be much more cognitively capable. There needs to be a separate intervention to really get that big 4 to 5-fold impact on the brain development. Yeah. So we have to combine these things, all these biomedical interventions with psychosocial ones.
Okay, doctor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you. Good question. Thank you. Hey, Pak Setio, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator, for the time. I would like to know, as you speak earlier, that the good intervention is not only in the given implementation, but also environmental that will stimulating the brain growth. But you did not tell in detail about which kind of environmental that can stimulating the brain development.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I didn't emphasize that enough. That's a very, thank you for highlighting that. Yeah, so there are many psychosocial interventions that to improve child brain development. There's they're basically exercises with the parents about how to learn to interact with the child to stimulate their brain through singing songs, through talking, through playing, the use of, toys, even simple toys. All of these things have an impact. So there are various different known curricula. There's one called Reach Up and Learn that was originally created in Jamaica. This has been tested very many international randomized controlled trials that the Reach Up and Learn curriculum can improve cognitive development in children. But there are many other nurturing and stimulation curricula that are shown to be effective. And the key is to train these frontline workers, like the PAUD worker in Indonesia, for example, and maybe the kader, but also, the parents themselves, having a specific person at the community level who can teach them these exercises that they can do with their child to improve the brain development. And again, these interventions have been shown to have a 4 to 5-fold bigger effect than nutritional interventions on improving brain development. It's interesting that these nurturing and stimulation interventions, they have a big impact on cognitive performance, even in malnourished children. So if you have a malnourished child and you do these interventions for nurturing and stimulation, the cognition in that malnourished child also improves. So generally, the contribution of nutrition to cognition is relatively small. Yeah, it's the home environment, nurturing and stimulation, that's having really the big effect. And the psychosocial stress is a very big deal as well. So again, ways to reduce that are important. Yeah. Does that help, Pak Setio?
Okay, thank you. I think we have to think ahead that's not only supplementation, improve with our nutritional status of our children, but also we have to give good environmental for them so they will grow together. That's all. Thank you. And the second question I want to give to Ma'am Ocampo. My question is for Mom is, I think we have to same a problem with the nutrition, but how the government encourage the community to be participate in the government program in reducing the nutritional problem in Philippines? I think maybe we can share about it.
Yes. First of all, I have problem showing my video. In the Philippines, actually, the programs are well established. We have this Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition. We have multi-sectoral convergence of stakeholders. But I think the problem really is on the implementation of these programs. Maybe our problem is really on how we synchronize our efforts. Maybe we are working in silos. We are not integrated. I don't know. Really, the problem in the country is how we can make it differently implemented. So that's the challenge really. But actually, the stunting problem is a bit decreasing, but we are not happy with the decrease because it's really very, very small. So from 30 plus in the last 2 decades now, it's still 3 out of 10 stunting in the country. So really, we need to change strategies, maybe how we can really make sure that the programs are reaching the mothers, the children who needs them most. And maybe the problem really is food insecurity, which is indeed roll down to the poverty, the high poverty incidence in the country. So I think those are my reflections on how and why malnutrition remains high in the Philippines.
Thank you. We have the same problem that some intervention is good in a program and the government's policy, but when it's applied in the nutrition, the program is not working well. I think we have. So
Yeah.
yeah,
There are also political problems, no? Because in our country, maybe nutrition is not that priority projects among our politicians also. And every 3 years, we change our leaders. Every 5 years, we change our president. So maybe the synchronicity of the efforts, the previous efforts is not sustained.
okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully, the nutrition situation in your country will be much better in the next period, Dr. Mildred.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hope so. That's our challenge. That's our
Yeah.
target. Yeah.
We can see the food consumption pattern for pregnant women and children also is not so
Not
good.
good.
Yeah,
Not so good. Yeah, not
Not
so good.
Less fruit and vegetable, but
Yeah. Less than
yes,
50 grams. Imagine,
yes.
less than 50 grams. And the recommended is 400 grams.
Yes,
So way
it's
below the
really
recommended. Yeah.
okay. I a little bit curious about the energy source from Philippines is coconut oil. How can it be become energy sources food?
Yeah. So in all that we cook, there is coconut oil because in how we collect our data, so we gather all the foods that they eat together with the condiments, how they cook it. So most of the foods are cooked with coconut oil. That's why it's in the list.
It's frying or you add to your
Frying, sauteing, yeah, frying and sauteing.
Okay.
Yeah, and basically rice is the predominant food, and it's also the source of our protein, our vitamin B complex. It's rice and rice alone, not from fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, we still have the same problem between Indonesia and Philippines in some matter.
Yeah, but I think ours is getting not good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Mildred.
Thank you too.
Okay, that's all the good question from Aneli, from Tandy. So we move to the close for our first panel discussion. I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed panelists, Dr. Anuraj Sankar and Dr. Mildred Ocampo Birindola, for their invaluable contribution and insight. Dr. Sankar and Dr. Birindola, your expertise and dedication to food nutrition and early life intervention have illuminated our discussion today. Your presentation have not given our understanding of critical issues surrounding by prenatal intervention in stunting, but have also inspired us to consider the multifaceted factors involved. For Dr. Sankar, your exploration of the effect of early life intervention, both linear growth and neurobehavioral development, has opened new venues for research intervention strategies. Your work reminds us of intricate relationship between physical and cognitive development during this critical phase of life. For Dr. Guirindola, your research on childhood stunting has shed the light on pivotal role of caregivers nurturing healthy children. Your dedication empowering mothers with knowledge is a beacon hope in our mission to combat stunting. The next agenda is the certificate awarding by the Head Department of Nutrition, Mr. Setio Prihatin DCN, MSc today's speaker. The first certificate is for Dr. Anuraj at Sankar TSC.
Thank you for appreciating the participant in this international online seminar. We present the certificate to Dr. Anuraj Shankar as a speaker in international online nutritional seminar.
Thank you so much. Very kind of you. It's very honored to be here with you all today.
Thank you. Welcome.
And the second certificate was given to Dr. Mildred Ocampo Quirindola, MSc.
As participate in this seminar online, I would like to present the certificate to Dr. Mildred Quirindola, Master of Science, as a speaker in international online nutritional seminar.
So my pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
And we are also requesting seminar participants to turn on the Zoom camera because we will also conducting a documentation session with our extraordinary speaker. All right, are you ready? Everyone has opened their camera. I'll get you to the third count. 1, 2, 3. Pause.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anuraj. When will you be in Semarang again? We wait you.
Thank you so much.
I hope soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I return back the time to the Master of Ceremony. I'm Elsa. See you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elsa. We hope you could stay with us until the end of webinar. Before starting the second panel discussion, we will conduct an ice-breaking session first. In this session, we will display several questions with answer options related to today's theme. To answer the questions, participants can press the raise hand button and we will select the fastest participant and invite them to answer through the microphone. If there is an obstacle to open the microphone, it can be through the comments column. So before we go to the questions, let me read the rules. First, participant must be honest. Second, no spilling of answers and have fun. Okay, let's do the first question. Number 1, factors that must be considered in the prevention of stunting, except A, improvement of children's sleep patterns, B, improving parenting patterns for children, C, improving the child's diet, or D, improve sanitation and access to clean water. For participants who want to answer, you can open your raise hand send in Zoom first. Anyone can answer. You can raise your hand first. Okay, for Fifi, you can open your microphone first.
Answernya A. Improvement of children sleep pattern.
Okay, Fifi answer A. Brother, the answer is yes, right. A. Improvement of children's sleep patterns. Okay, we go to the next question. Number 2. What is refer to stunting? A. Low weight than is appropriate for a certain height. B. Low BMI. C. Low weight than what is appropriate for a certain age. Or D. Low height than what is appropriate for a certain age. Okay, maybe participant who want answer, you can raise your hand first on Zoom. Okay, there is Fitria Intan. For Fitria Intan, you can open your microphone.
Okay, for answer, it's D. Low height than what is appropriate for a certain age.
Okay, D. And for operator, the answer is yes. You're right. D. Low height than what is appropriate for a certain age. Okay. We go to the number 3. What is the role of balanced nutrition in preventing stunting? A. Balanced nutrition can ensure adequate nutrient intake for optimal growth. B. Balanced nutrition only affects the brain development of children. C. Balanced nutrition has no effect on children's height. Or D. Balanced nutrition is only important in adulthood. Anyone knows? You can raise your hand on Zoom. Okay, we have Yani here as okay. Okay, we have Nabila here as the fastest participant who raised hand. For Nabila, open your microphone, please.
Answer is A. Balanced nutrition can ensure adequate nutrition intake for optimal growth.
Okay, so the answer is A. Balanced nutrition can ensure adequate nutrient intake for optimal growth. Okay. Okay, ice-breaking session is over. Thank you for all participants. The winners will be announced at the end of webinar.
Move to the next agenda. We present to you the Gita Swasta Harina Choir the Department of Nutrition, Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Semarang. Please join me to give applause to Gita Swasta Harena.
You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide. You know you want me, so don't keep saying our hands are tied.
You claim it's not in the cards, and fate is pulling your miles away and out of reach for me.
But you're hearing my heart, so can't stop me if I decide it's on my destiny.
What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine.
Nothing can keep us apart. You'll be the one I was meant to find.
It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we gotta be.
So why don't we rewrite the stars? And maybe the world could be ours tonight.
You think it is easy? You think I don't wanna run to you, yeah. But there are more things, and there are doors that we can't walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within this wall. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No, I can't rewrite the stars. How can we say everything keeps us apart? And I'm not the one you were meant to find. It's not up to you. Everyone tells us what we can be, and how can we rewrite the stars? Say that the world can be ours tonight. All I want is to fly with you. All I want is to fall with you. So just give me all of you.
It feels impossible. You said impossible. Say that it's possible.
And how do we rewrite the stars?
Say you were made
To be mine, and nothing can keep us apart. 'Cause you were the one who was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. And why don't we rewrite the stars, changing the world to be ours tonight?
You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide, but I can have you. We're bound to break and my hands are tied.
Rewrite the stars. Say you were made to be mine, and nothing can keep us apart. 'Cause you were the one who was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. And why don't we rewrite the stars, changing the world to be ours?
You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide, but I can have you. We're bound to break and my hands are tied.
Thank you for the massive performance. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing the next agenda, which is panel discussion 2, will be delivered by Dr. Yasmin Ubeng Uy and Dr. Kun Aristiati Susilo Retni SKM MKes.
The second panel will be led by Ms. Arvina Dian Wahyu as moderator, and allow us to read the CV of Ms. Arvina Dian Wahyu.
Okay, CS Arvina Dian Wahyu Permatasari, Education Health Polytechnic of the Health Ministry Semarang, 2019, experience, stunting seminar handling for various perspective, 2023, laboratory management workshop, Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Semarang, publication, the effect of pocket books as a nutrition counseling, media on knowledge and attitude of perspective, breadth and growth. Without any further ado, please welcome Miss Arvina Dian Wahyu.
Okay, thank you very much, Rista and Sola. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second session of IONS 2023. This is the International Online Nutrition Seminar that organized by the Student Association of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Semarang. My name is Arvina Dian, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session. As we know that giving a nutritional counseling and education among women of reproductive age, teenage girl and pregnant women is one of the important of to prevent stunting, and also giving knowledge about healthy diet and the importance of multiple micronutrient supplementation during pregnancy. So Health Polytechnic of Semarang is one of vocational college in Indonesia that want to give positive contribution for that and through this seminar. For that, we have two speakers who are already with us. We have Dr. Yasmin Wibing Hui, PhD, and Dr. Kun Aristiati Susiloretni, SKM MKes. And I'd like to greet Dr. Yasmin first. Hello, Dr. Yasmin. Are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, Dr. Yasmin. Thank you. Next is Dr. Kun Aristiati. Hello, Dr. Kun. Okay, thank you. Welcome to this conference. And we are going to do our presentation till the next 1.5 hours. And to you all speakers will talk around 30 minutes. And then after two speakers presented their topic, we will have a discussion for about 30 minutes. And for your information to all participants, if you have a question, you can ask your question during the discussion session by raising your hand, or you can type question in the pigeonhole link that provided by committee. Just write down your name, your institution, and to whom address the question. And then I'm going to read for you. All right, can we go to the first speakers who are present with the topic, the importance of multiple micronutrient supplementation during pregnancy to prevent stunting. Before Dr. Yasmin presented her topic, let me read her profile first. Okay, Dr. Yasmin Wibing Hui, PhD, is a senior lecturer in nutrition at the Nutrition Program, Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition, University Malaysia Sabah. She is a member of the Ministry of Health Malaysia's Technical Working Group for Nutrition Guidelines. She is the part of Sustainability Initiative in the marginal seas of South and East Asia under the International Science Council Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. She obtained her PhD in nutrition from King's College London. Her research interest is in nutritional epidemiology and working in a transdisciplinary manner on issues from farm and sea to plate. She is currently working on ways to mitigate child malnutrition in island communities in Sabah. The findings have formed part of the basis of subsequent intervention work by the Sabah State Health Department. All right, Dr. Yasmin, you have 30 minutes to present your topic. So screen and time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mas Mbak Arvina. Excuse me. Please allow me to share my screen. Can you confirm whether you see the big screen or the little one with the notes?
Okay, Dr. Yasmin, I can see your screen clearly.
The big one, yeah?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored to share some thoughts with you on this topic, the importance of multiple micronutrient supplementation during pregnancy to prevent stunting. To clarify, I do understand Bahasa Indonesia, but I probably don't speak it as well as you do. So in the question and answer session later, the sesi tanya jawab bisa berbahasa Indonesia, saya bisa menjawab juga ya, but we will continue in English. So this is the outline of the next half an hour. I shall introduce a bit about nutritional requirements for healthy conception. And then we look at nutrient requirements of pregnancy, focusing on selected micronutrients that are important during pregnancy. Then we look at nutritional status of pregnant women in our region. And we talk a bit about planned and unplanned pregnancies and what are the nutritional implications of that. Then we look at nutrition and adverse pregnancy outcomes. Then we look at stunting. I would like to talk to you a little bit about DOHAT, more on that later. And we will end, hopefully, in half an hour's time on several take-home messages. So this is the nutritional requirements for healthy conception. So what do we need for conception? I think everyone should know by now. You need to be fertile, and to be fertile, that there is an event in life cycle nutrition we study called MENASH. So in Indonesia and Malaysia, Indonesia is about 13.7 decimal years of age for adolescent girls, and Malaysia is slightly earlier, 12.3 decimal years. There is a reason why it is the adolescent girls in Malaysia achieve MENASH earlier, slightly earlier than their sisters in Indonesia. The reason is nutritional status. So at body fat of less than 22% of body weight, most adolescent girls and most women will not ovulate, and without ovulation you don't have fertility. So for a healthy woman with monthly ovulation, we're looking at about 28% body fat. So meaning to say, if nutritional status is better for individual adolescent girls, they are more likely to achieve or to attain MENASH at an earlier age. So upon attainment of adult stature, that would be at about 16 to 18 years of age, there should be, for a healthy adolescent girl, 16 kilograms of fat, which would provide an energy reserve for reproduction, which would cover pregnancy and 3 months of lactation. Now, what are the problems that are particular to both our countries? And that would be the case of chronic malnourishment in a large number of young women. So adolescent girls who were exposed to famine or chronic malnutrition in childhood, who are then refed, usually in an intervention, with a high energy diet, may experience early MENASH. Now, what is the problem? Because we know in both our countries, early marriages occurs in certain segments of our society. And by early marriage, I mean before the attainment of adult stature, which is about 16 to 18 years old. Now, all these are important to bear in mind when we talk about pregnancy and successful outcome. And by successful outcome, we mean the nutritional status of the child. So a pregnancy for adolescent girls who achieve early menarche but did not achieve or have not achieved adult stature might come with serious difficulties in delivery with potential fatal outcomes, particularly in situations without medical or midwifery services. So what about pregnancy in famine and chronic malnutrition? There are two situations to be clear about. The first situation is a woman is pregnant and she experienced chronic malnutrition or famine. The second situation is the woman is not pregnant yet and she is experiencing famine or chronic malnutrition. And so in the first situation, the pregnancy will continue. And if the pregnancy has been established within the first and second trimester, there is no significant change in mean birth weight, despite the woman, unfortunately, suffering from famine. If famine affects women in the last trimester of pregnancy, there is a modest reduction of 5 to 10% birth weight. And lactation can be successful for up to 3 months in the face of chronic energy deprivation of the mother. However, in the second situation, where there is famine, the woman is not pregnant yet, 50% of non-pregnant women will not experience ovulation, and that occurs before body fat stores are catabolized. And we all know that catabolism of fat occurs in a situation of energy deprivation. So let's move on to nutrient requirements of pregnancy. I recognize, I asked my contact, Rivka, who are in the audience, excuse me, who are in the audience. So I was told that there is a general mix of lecturers, academics, students, and the general public. So I'll take some time to explain some jargons which you might not know, okay? So the RNI, the recommended nutrient intake, represents a nutritional intake at which about 97% of the population will obtain their daily requirements. It's the same in every country. We set the RNI at 97% of what the population requires. I was part of the Malaysian Ministry of Health's recommended nutrient intake technical working group. So the next concept that I would like to introduce to you is the estimated average requirement, or we call that EAR. EAR is a nutrient intake value that is estimated to meet the requirement of half the healthy individuals in a population. And these terms will become clear why I talk about them later. Now, increased requirements are recommended during pregnancy for several nutrients to ensure an optimum outcome. So I do apologize, this is not the Indonesian RNI, this is the Malaysian RNI, and I've taken the liberty to use the Malaysian RNI as the basis for our discussion this morning because I'm more familiar with this, and I know the basis of this, I was involved in its drafting. So let's look at, having said that, the basis of RNI and EAR should be the same in all countries, in every country. And Malaysia and Indonesia shares the same, almost the same socio-demography, and therefore the considerations behind deciding the RNI and EAR should be almost the same. Okay, so let's look at energy and protein requirements. So there is an increased energy and protein requirement for pregnancy to ensure a successful outcome. And this is usually, when we talk about energy and protein, that is to ensure full-term delivery, as well as to reduce the risk of SGA, small gestational age, okay? So this is the micronutrient requirements. So I've highlighted in blue. I do apologize. The slide might look slightly smaller if you're looking at a screen in a hall, but if you're looking at it online and in Zoom, you're welcome to pinch your screen and it will zoom in for you. Okay, so this is in blue. The boxes in blue highlight the micronutrients that are increased. The requirements are increased for pregnancy. But the box in red is the nutrient of concern. More about this later. So we look at folate, and if you're adolescent girls and women, so you're at about 400 micrograms of folate per day, your requirement. And in pregnancy is 600, an increase of 200 micrograms per day. And this is calcium. If you look at adolescent girls, we are at 1,300, 1,300 milligrams per day. And pregnancy, it's at 1,300 milligrams per day for adolescent girls. But for women, it is 1,000 milligrams per day. We have revised this. Before the RNI 2017, the Malaysian RNI 2005 was at 800 milligrams per day. Okay. So let's look at, before I move on to here. So we have another red box here, iron, which will bring us to this one. So this is the iron supplementation during pregnancy. So I won't go through this line by line, but sufficient to say that there is a typing error there. You're not expected to consume iron at the table. You can consume it standing or sitting down. I do mean in tablet form. There is a missing T there. I do apologize about that. So iron supplement, especially ferrous sulfate, which we use in our countries, are recommended for all pregnant women. However, in non-anemic pregnant women, it is sufficient to give 100 mg per day, and only to begin that in the second half of pregnancy. But in anemic pregnant women, we do recommend a higher dose. The WHO recommends 120 mg per day. We know that some clinicians prescribe until 200 mg per day. Okay. Why iron is an important nutrient that affects the outcome of a pregnancy? Because during pregnancy, blood volume increases by about 50%. Therefore, you have dilution of your hemoglobin, and therefore you do need more dietary iron to ensure blood hemoglobin is at about, to be nice, 12.5 to 13.7 grams per deciliter of blood. This is a very nice slide from Cunningham et al. 2009. It shows that if you are not pregnant and you start your hemoglobin at 13.7 grams per deciliter of blood, the likelihood of the woman experiencing low or hemoglobin during the pregnancy is very low. Okay, so you could see here, but go back one slide. So this is the recommendation. So it's about 100 to 200 mg per day. So over here, we do 120 mg per day. Okay. Now let's move on to folate. So for non-pregnant adolescent women and adolescents and women, it's 400 micrograms per day. But for RNI, for pregnancy, we increased it by 200 micrograms per day. I would not go through, bullet points number 3, 4, and 5. Sufficient to say this is the basis why we decide that it should be 600 micrograms per day. You see EAR here. So when we want to recommend increase of certain nutrient, we look at about 120% of EAR. Remember, EAR is what is sufficient to cover the needs of about half of the population. Now, I would also like to introduce this term, tolerable upper level for folate, which is 800 micrograms per day for adolescents and 1,000 micrograms per day. Why? It will come clear later. when we look at unplanned pregnancies, okay? So I will, in the interest of time, I have about 15 minutes more. I won't go through this line by line, but as for notes for participants, you can have them. I have shared the PDF with Mbak Rifka, okay? Now let's talk about calcium. Now, what is the concern with calcium? The WHO recommendation is to supplement pregnant women at risk with 1.5 to 2.0 grams per day of elemental calcium, starting from 20 weeks of gestation onwards. Now, calcium, vitamin D, and calcium plus vitamin D lower the risk of preeclampsia in pregnant women. That is why it is important, other than the fact that we do not want to tap into the reduction in bone mineral density of the pregnant women if you don't have enough circulatory calcium in the blood during pregnancy. Now let us move to multiple micronutrient supplementation during pregnancy. What does the evidence say? The WHO, and this is the most recent one, 2023, very recent, and look at the parts in yellow. The most current evidence shows that giving multiple micronutrient supplements may have limited benefit and little harm on birth outcomes. However, the evidence on low birth weight and its component parts, i.e. preterm birth and small for gestational age, is difficult to interpret. That is the latest update on MMS. Other than the WHO, what is the second other source of trustworthy clinical practice guidelines? Okay, so that would be the Cochrane systematic reviews. The Cochrane systematic review, this is the most recent one on this topic, multiple micronutrient supplementation for women during pregnancy, 2019. So they identified 21 trials, 19 of which were conducted in low and middle income countries. And they compared MNN supplements with iron and folic acid to iron with or without folic acid. It's important to note that the majority of these studies come from low and middle income countries, so they are applicable to both Indonesia and Malaysia. Again, in the interest of time, I won't read out one by one. I put them here in the interest that it is easily accessible as notes for students. What does it say? MNN supplementation probably led to a slight reduction in preterm births and a slight reduction in babies born as SGA. And the quality of the evidence here is moderate. Now, Cochrane reviews give you what is the level of the quality of evidence. I have done a Cochrane review before. It's an totally exhaustive process. And you could trust the findings and the conclusions from a Cochrane review in order to inform on your practice, okay? So MNN reduced the number of newborn infants identified as low birth weight, and that's the evidence quality is very high. It does slightly, it results in slightly fewer stillbirths, but the confidence interval for the pooled effect just crossed the line of no effect. What does that mean? That is why we see this statement that there is little evidence, limited benefits. Okay, so in a Cochrane review, we do a forest plot, and in a forest plot, without going into too much jargons, we see whether a particular intervention or particular treatment crosses the line of no effect. If it crosses the line of no effect, that means your intervention or your treatment does not change whatever you set out to treat or to change. Okay. So MNN supplementation did not have an important effect on neonatal mortality, and it probably led to a reduction in very preterm births. So that is a good outcome. So the author's conclusions are, M&M supplementation with iron and folic acid on several birth outcomes. They reduce babies considered low birth weight, but in terms whether does it reduces stunting later in life, there's not much evidence. Okay. Now this is another paper, M&M supplementation during pregnancy. Now, what I'd like to highlight here is appropriate universal supplementation and prophylaxis or treatment of nutritional needs currently appear to be the most cost-effective goal in low-income countries, thus ensuring adequate intake of key elements, including folate, iron, calcium, vitamin D, and A. So what does it say so far, the story so far? M&M supplementation does not do much, may have little benefits, if any, in terms of addressing stunting, but it does address inadequate nutritional intake of the pregnant women, and the inadequate nutritional intake, nutritional status of the pregnant women does affect pregnancy outcome.
Sorry, to participant can unmute your device.
Okay, so this slide from Parisi et al., that paper shows that in specific areas, there is a need for supplementation, particularly for vitamin A, iodine, vitamin D, and calcium on top of iron and folate. Okay, so this is a very good paper, very interesting paper by, I think, from Universitas Indonesia, UI, Professor Rina Agustina, who compared the nutrient intake of pregnant and lactating women in Indonesia and Malaysia. Now, when we want to inform our practice, these words are important. Systematic review, meta-analysis. That means it's not based on one study, it's based on many studies which have similar, almost similar study designs, and what we call methods of collection of data which are proven to be effective and also comparable to each other. So you could have what you call a pooled conclusion. That means your conclusion is not based on one study, but it's based on similar studies within a certain time frame. Okay. So what did Agustina et al. Find? Highlighted in yellow, most studies reported that women fail to meet their EAR. Remember, EAR, 50%. It meets 50% of the nutrient requirements of the population. For vitamin D, vitamin E, water-soluble vitamins, except for vitamin C. Vitamin C, okay. Okay, moreover, calcium, potassium, and iron intakes of pregnant women were less than 60% of EAR in Indonesia and less than 80% of EAR in Malaysia. Now, what is in red? Low intakes of vitamin D, vitamin C, calcium, and iron, but sufficient intakes in vitamin A, zinc, and phosphorus were observed in pregnant women in both countries. Now, you think that, I thought you heard me say folate is important. Why didn't you see folate here? The reason is in both countries, studies of niacin, pyridoxine, folate, and cobalamin intakes are lacking. That's why in this systematic review and meta-analysis, you don't see any mention of this. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about planned and versus unplanned pregnancies. 15.5%, that's roughly 1 in 5, almost 1 in 5 of unmarried women in Indonesia have experienced an unintended pregnancy, particularly in the 15 to 19 years of age group. What about North Sumatra? This is more localized. 21.3% of married women in North Sumatra reported that their last pregnancy was unplanned. Now, what are the implications of that? Folate supplementation is recommended at least 1 month, preferably 3 months before pregnancy, to help prevent neural tube defects. Now, folate deficiency in pregnant women is associated with anemia and peripheral neuropathy, and in fetuses is associated with congenital abnormalities, particularly and including neurotube defects. Okay, so why the folate supplementation suggested is 400 micrograms per day? Remember, we said that the RNI was 600 micrograms per day. So you supplement 400 micrograms, 200 micrograms is from your food intake. Okay. Now, what about, let's look at very briefly before we have 7 minutes left, nutrition and adverse pregnancy outcomes. Now, in developed countries, without medical interference, 1 in 200 pregnancies will not have a good outcome. 1 in 20 babies will not survive pregnancy. Okay. Now, with medical interference and importantly, nutritional advice in developed countries, maternal death is only 1 out of every 10,000 pregnancies, and only 1 out of 200 pregnancies result in the loss of the infant. What about our region? Indonesia is here. Maternal deaths reported in the year 2020 was 7,800. And what is the maternal mortality rate? 173. Okay, what about Malaysia? Maternal mortality rate is significantly lower at 21. What about Singapore? 7. What about Timor-Leste? 204. Philippines, 78. Thailand, 29. And look at the rates here. So in low and middle income countries, this is the kind of maternal mortality statistics we see. Reason, number 1, poor nutritional status in women, debilitated, compounded by, in certain areas, unavailability or inadequate access to medical and health services during pregnancy. Okay. Now let's talk about stunting in Indonesia and Malaysia. This is very recent. Early this year, it was announced by the Ministry of Health Indonesia that Indonesia successfully reduced the prevalence of stunting to 21.6% in 2022 compared to 24.4%. So if it was 1 in 5, now it's 1 in 4. In comparison to my country, Malaysia, unfortunately, our prevalence of stunting increased from 16.6% in 2011 to 21.8% in 2019. The WHO standard is for any country is to target stunting to be less than 20% of the population. Okay. Okay. Now, 5 more minutes. I hope I have enough time. Let's talk about small for gestational age. Okay. So let's look at this. SGA subgroup with maternal short stature or inadequate gestational weight gain had higher risk of stunting at 5 years. Okay. And moving on, I would like to introduce in the last 5 minutes the Dohat theory. It's very important to understand the final message within the Dohat theory or the Dohat hypothesis or Barker's hypothesis. What does it say? It says that NCDs such as CVD, cardiovascular diseases, obesity, diabetes, and certain cancers in later life begins at conception. And therefore, you might have heard about the first 1,000 days. The first 1,000 days with day 0 occurring at conception through the entire gestation until the child's second birthday, that is day 1,000, is a crucial window period to reduce risk of NCDs in later life. And this is what we know as the development plasticity period. So very briefly, how does it occur? We are talking about epigenetics, changes at the phenotype level that are inheritable without changes to the genotype. So malnutrition, for example, chronic undereating, This causes chemical environmental changes in the body environment, which affects the genes expression. Now, this affects the on and off switches. Genes, if you take molecular biology, genes can be switched on or off depending on what chemical environment or challenges it is put in. Now, however, the genes themselves do not mutate. It's how the genes are expressed that are changed. And how the genes express which are changed is what, shall we say, the nutritional status of the pregnant women, which will affect the outcome of the pregnancy. So you can ask me more questions later, but in the last 2 minutes, I would like to go through the 5 take-home messages. 1, multiple micronutrient supplementation is beneficial for optimum outcome of pregnancy in Indonesia, particularly because we, Malaysia as well, is a middle to low income women who have chronic under-consumption of micronutrients, particularly food sources of iron, folate, and calcium. MMS on its own has not been shown to significantly reduce stunting in children. Poor nutritional status of pregnant women leads to risk of newborns who are small for gestational age, who will have higher risk of stunting. And in later life, this is where the Dohat hypothesis comes in. Children who have been, women who have had malnutrition during pregnancy, who went on to deliver small for gestational age babies, these babies have higher risk of being stunted in later as children. And in later life, they have higher risk of non-communicable diseases. Okay, now this is potentially inheritable in future generations. The phenotypical changes at the gene level, this one, can be inherited and has been shown to be inheritable for the next 2 or 3 generations. So therefore, prevention and correction of poor maternal nutrition is crucial for eradication of poor nutritional status in children and future generations. And I thank you for your time. I hand it over back to Mbak Arvina. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yasmin, for the incredible topic. And yes, as we know that pregnant women have an increased risk of multiple deficiencies to the increased requirement of the growing fetus, and the largely is anemia, which caused by iron deficiency. And macronutrient deficiency during pregnancy can influence fetal growth and development in utero, subsequent growth and cognitive development in childhood. And the other research show that giving multiple micronutrient supplement may have limited benefit and little harm on birth outcome. However, the evidence on low birth weight and its component part is difficult to interpret. So we get a new insight from your presentation, Dr. Yasmin. Okay, before we move to second speakers, I would like to remind it to all participants, if you have any question, just write down in the pigeonholing, or you can ask directly to our speakers in the discussion session later. Okay, next we move to second speakers, Dr. Kun Aristiati Susiloretni SKM MKes. Dr. Kun, are you with us? Okay. Before Dr. Kun presented her topic, I want to read her profile first. Dr. Kun is a lecturer in Department of Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic of Health Ministry Semarang since 1995. She has several of international publications and oral presentation at international conference. Her research is with the exclusive breastfeeding as a promotion program in Indonesia, and also she has a research on providing additional food for pregnant women and children under 5 in the form of cookies that made from local food ingredients. She graduated from bachelor from Diponegoro University, Indonesia, and for Masters of and Doctor in Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. Okay, please welcome Dr. Kun Aristiati. I invite you to present on the topic, the important nutritional counseling and education among women of reproductive age and pregnant women. The time is yours.
Sorry. Can you see the video?
Okay, I can see your share
Okay.
screen, Dr. Kun.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction, Amina. Firstly, I'd like to welcome everyone again who's still participating in this webinar, and I'd like to begin by hoping that you are doing the best. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh for you all. It's been great to hear and got speech from my student, Dr. Shankar, Dr. Wirindola, and Dr. Yasmin recently. What they shared with us just now definitely align with what's going on in the prevention of stunting, and also addressing not only stunting but also how to reach the optimal growth and development of our children, our next generation. Thank you for inviting me here today to speak and share about nutrition education and counseling for pregnant women. This I choose for only pregnant women because pregnant women nearest to effect stunting problems, and also we will share about nutrition education, not only counseling. What we will share today on maternal nutrition problem in Indonesia, consequences, then lesson learned from nutrition education intervention, and this nutrition education itself. As we know, foods for pregnant mothers should eat and needs vary following nutrition guidelines to establish a healthy eating pattern early in life. This will help build a foundation for good health into the next life stage, building on itself to create better health outcomes. Good nutrition during pregnancy support the health both mother and child during these stages and into the future. However, Indonesia still faces much problems in pregnant women that should be addressed. As Philippines also stated that they have anemic pregnant mothers. We still have the most prevalence is on the younger pregnant mothers, adolescent pregnant mothers. The prevalence is very high, near the 84%. Then the other life stage, other stage, 30% for anemic. Then for chronic energy malnutrition, which measured by mid upper arm circumference below 33.5 centimeters. We have also under nutrition and obesity. And the nutrition is around 30.5 and then decrease to the older. Then NEWAT for over 28.5 centimeters is indicating for obesity. The pregnant mothers suffering from obesity was 28%. This is for chronic and obesity. This also found in the National Dietary Survey conducted in 2014. There were almost half and more than half pregnant mothers in rural and urban facing energy, consume energy less than 20% RDA, half mother. So among two mothers suffering from consume less energy and also protein. So this shows us that we have much maternal nutrition problems in Indonesia. Then these consequences, there will be bad child health and nutrition, as we refer from the young and young systematic review from the young at all from the annals and nutrition for nutrition and metabolism. We can see that the cause and the consequences of maternal undernutrition consequences to the children. Where this I share here, because when we tailor or we arrange the nutrition education, we have to consider about these factors and the consequences, and we have to share for the stakeholders about the consequences and causes of the nutrition, malnutrition, undernutrition, maternal undernutrition. To address all of the risk factors, we refer to kids, that is the Lancet Commission, the newest Lancet Commission for the effective intervention to address maternal and child malnutrition. As we can see here, we don't see where the nutrition education was stated here. We don't see the textual here that nutrition education can improve nutritional status of mothers and the children. However, if we see here, educating people means that we have to change their behavior. So almost all of the direct healthcare sectors and nutritional intervention here embedded nutrition education for mother and others. At we seen here, maternal and child pronutrition, macronutrient supplementation, including home fortification, maternal and child supplementation, support for early immediate breastfeeding initiation, and others need to educate the mothers or the targeted to the behavior here itself for promote and support exclusive breastfeeding, promotion, age-appropriate complementary feeding practices. This need nutrition education for mothers. Management for moderate acute malnutrition, maybe nutrition education for the stakeholder or cadre or community health workers. And meal treatment, promotion and health, promotion of healthy diet and physical activity during childhood and adolescent. All the highlighted with the green color will be need to educate the targeted here. Also in adequate preventive diseases, household security and healthy household environment need to educate the target. Let's see the stated in the Lancet paper that we have action for delivery platforms. What delivery platforms means? This is want to effectively deliver direct and indirect nutritional intervention to improve coverage and nutrition behavior and outcomes across diverse population. Nutrition behavior here, it also need educate nutrition for the target. Then let's see what delivery platform for address the malnutrition for mothers and children. Here, the stated that cadre and women group need to health education and counseling, and for school and nutrition feeding programs, educating students, need to educate students, and cash transfers maybe need to income generating, and also but need educate, but maybe not direct to nutrition education. And mass media and health, this is effectiveness of and health. They review that SMS, mass media, social media, and chat room and discussion board among adolescents will be effective for addressing malnutrition. Can be learned from the nutrition education intervention. We got from also this top 10 reviews. Nutrition education for pregnant women can have a positive impact on lower birth and infant birth. This is we can see that the mothers who receive nutrition education could increase almost a half kilograms compared to the control group with receive standard care, ordinary activities for the health centers. Here, the positive impact of this is the increase of birth rate. This what they conducted in this education intervention and the current issues. Actually, these are the same researchers doing this nutrition education intervention. After in 2012, doing the pilot and then scale up to the more several size, and here what they conducted almost the same what they do for Akhtar and Jahan, but they seem to improve the procedure of intervention. Here, after in scale up, they do 3 weeks training. Then the content of the training is much more here in the last intervention. Then they develop manuals, and here in the Jahan study, they only did nutrition education, but in the previous study, they did nutrition education and nutrition counseling. And they follow up after the child birth, 1 hour after birth. Then they measure birth rate, then length of birth, type of deliveries, but the significance variable is only the log birth rate. Then here what the nutrition education content and in the intervention, we can see that in the last research, they adding some content on nutrition education. In the first research, they only educate about increasing frequency of the bleeding from 3 times to 5 times during pregnancy, with hygiene, rest during the daytime, avoidance of relational feeding, early initiation of breastfeeding and exclusive breastfeeding, preparation of khichuri. This is a traditional food from the whole study. It's kind of like a nasi goreng that makes all animal protein, plant with protein, and vegetables, a staple food, combined together by traditional recipes. Then here material used is only flip chart containing key messages with color photographs. Then in the last the improved scale up study, they added pregnancy weight gain, emphasize on pregnancy weight gain, assessing antenatal care services, benefit of adequate energy, protein, vitamin, and during pregnancy, benefit of regular iron intake, not yet MMS, multiple micronutrient, and here material used as adding also with manual as leaflets. As we know that bringing material for mothers, it can be learn and see again what they have been educated to the mothers. Then the most research just article and post in Journal Nutrition Education and Behavior share that hybrid home-based nutrition education is an effective alternative to in-person delivery. However, this is not to pregnant mothers, but for school children. Here, there are this research developing curriculum and delivery methods, then contain also contact method with multiple materials, phone, write, video, and chat. And also they obtain contact time when available by student, by the parents, the teachers, and the food vendors, food canteens. Yeah. This is also the multi-level and multifaceted intervention. And I hear that this is a very big effort to do this research and to do this intervention. We can see here, yeah. Then we go now on the what nutrition education for pregnant women. We got from many resources. And here I want to share what the difference of nutrition education and counseling. So I just the term for this sharing knowledge for nutrition education, not counseling. Counseling is much for is client centers, and maybe the target for nutrition counseling much lesser than nutrition education, because nutrition counseling usually conducted by one-on-one. However, there is also group counseling, but much doing by one-on-one nutrition counseling. For this nutrition counseling, there is a good book for our guideline to do counseling for our client. Counseling skills for dietitian is a good example of book. There is contain the conversation among client and what dietitian should say. Here, this is a very good example for nutrition counseling competencies for nutritionists or dietitian. Then nutrition education is about provision of knowledge and skills for food consumer, for people. Our people is food consumers, so this is for our community, for we all, so that they can perform healthier eating and drinking behaviors. Include here communication which are designed to motivate them to consume a healthy diet. Then how to consume a healthy diet? As nutritionists or dietitian, we have to modify maybe one dish meal. As in Indonesia, nasi goreng, we can make nasi goreng sehat or healthy nasi goreng. This is our duty as a nutrition educator. Then this is the challenge for our profession for nutrition educators. We have to satisfy the people. We have to fulfill what the people wants. What people wants is the tasty food. The first thing why people eat is because of the food is tasty, and this is the first thing what the consider to eat. Then familiar. Familiar is can be introduced before is this food is new for the people. As nasi goreng, fried food, fried rice, we can make healthy rice, healthy fried rice to introduce to the people to make them familiar. And the other consideration is easy. The food must do easy to buy, to prepare, and to eat. So the food is always too easy to buy, prepare, and eat, not too complicated, and also cheap and healthy. This is what people want. And then the other part is what professional recommended. This is for our profession, and this is for the commercial in the food system. For example, Indonesian familiar favorite foods is seblak. Seblak is before is vegetables and maybe not beans or nuts in here. But we can, as nutritionist or dietitian, we can modify the seblak to be healthy seblak. So, what the duty of our profession, nutrition educator, is to make unhealthy food to be healthy food. Yeah. He also much should be considered for the nutrition behavior. Nutrition behavior is a very complex behavior. They involve biological determinant, then physiological, then interpersonal and environment that effect on what people eat. Yeah. So sorry. If we want to tailor nutrition education to arrange nutrition education program, we should consider what the risk factors of the target audience will be served. And the more risk factors, these factors, the more these factors addressed, will be the effective the intervention. Surely the intervention should be evidence-based effective intervention. So this is the for nutrition education should consider. Then what nutrition education for pregnant mothers, we have to know what's the audience need. Who is the audience who already know, who need to know, who will they have, and what are the outcomes. We also need to know another risk factors are maternal factors should be addressed in the nutrition education program. So our audience is how are their socio-demographic, race, ethnicity, age, food security and security, anthropometric health status, nutritional status, and much more. Yeah. So we have to consider this maternal factors for the audience of the pregnant mothers. Then if we conduct or tailor the message for nutrition education, we have to use plain language, style or writing that is clear and to the point, thereby improving communication and communication and understanding. So this is in Indonesian is better to use only subject, predicate, object, what's the subject, verb, and object. Then the course is to find what they need and understand what they find. Also use what they find to meet their needs. Yeah. Then what materials can deliver the nutrition education? It can be print, it can be audio. Here can be run in the previous generation we use radio, but here in the Z generation we use mobile phone or television and others. Then we use visual materials that can also see in the website and mobile phone, and also print materials. Also can do by audiovisual. This is the audiovisual. It can be a curious experience, such as how to cook, how to eat, how to prepare the food. It will be more acceptable for the audience. Then the lattice materials can be used as internet based. Yeah. Then here I share the book, simply put, a guide for creating easy to understand materials. Even this is from English language, but we can learn about that. And we also using 5 senses and other senses about the part, touching part. So this is emotion-based materials and traditional WB infant and children materials. This is not emotion-based, and this is emotion-based as an example. Then what the content for nutrition for mom, this is we got from the GRP. This is the contents for nutrition for moms. For moms, the connection between mother nutrition and baby growth development, importance of supplement, it's through today types of food, drinking, the importance of drinking, process for malnutrition, good hygiene, and good nutrition is important for the and also people will doing something should know the reason why. Here's the reason why our people, our pregnant mother should do nutrition behavior. This is also is good for mother if know how the baby, their baby is going, how they when and how the close occurs. Then for the types of food should deliver to the mothers, we Now in Indonesia, we have the feeding food, contain 5 types of food, as Maplet in America and others, the feeding food. And we also need to feel visualization of food. Need to know how much portion we have to eat. Because if we don't know how much food we have to eat, we can go to under and also much overnutrition here. And technology, then the last is a technology-based nutrition education. We can do this, and this is the research about the base internet and nutritional space. Then application, using application, social media, diagnosis using WhatsApp, and many more. We can tailor for nutrition education messages. Here's a thing for my talk. Happy tailoring nutrition messages, and thank you for joining us. Here, I give the argument. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Pun Aristiati for incredible topic. So, nutritional behavior on mother also needed education and counseling that were effective in improving the gestational weight gain and nutritional status of pregnant women and the child. Which one is supporting exclusive breastfeeding, healthy diet, and improved physical activity among adolescents. And this program are the most effective strategies in promoting maternal and child health. And also, nutrition education has a positive impact of low birth weight at infant birth. Selecting an appropriate model choice and a content of media for nutrition education to pregnant women is the first step during planning nutrition education to bring positive results. All right, we move to the discussion session. I will give a chance for participants who want to ask directly with our speakers. Please raise and unmute your device. Okay, I will wait a second for a participant who want to ask directly to our speakers. You can raise your hand and unmute your device. Okay, Kayla, can you unmute your device? Kayla, do you hear me?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I have a question for Dr. Yasmin. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Kayla. I have a question. My question is, are there certain micronutrient supplementation specification in pregnancy that need to be adjusted to environmental conditions? Is it clear?
What condition?
Are there certain micronutrient supplementation specification in pregnancy that need to be adjusted to environmental conditions?
To environmental conditions, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mbak Kayla, for your question. The question, I repeat, is, are there any micronutrient supplements that has to be adjusted to take into account for environmental conditions? Yes. So if the clinician together with the nutritionists and dietitians should take into account what is the nutritional status of the pregnant women first before you decide on the dosage of supplementation. So of course, clinical practice guidelines, each country has their own guidelines based on the conditions prevalent in the country. So for example, in Malaysia, we do 120 mg of ferrous sulfate iron supplementation, given the level of iron deficiencies in our pregnant women. So if the severity of iron deficiency is higher in a given area, then you could perhaps go for a higher dosage, and you could perhaps go for an earlier onset of supplementation. So for example, in my slides, so if you're treating women or your clients, your pregnant women clients are not anemic. So despite the country's clinical practice guidelines that says all women could benefit from iron supplements, you could choose, you're not anemic, so you don't have to provide supplementation until at least the second half of the pregnancy. It's about 4 or 5 months onwards. So routine pregnancy checkup will inform on that. Is that clear? Likewise, folate. So your guidelines would have said that the moment a woman is presented with pregnancy, then provide folate supplementation, 400 micrograms. But public health advice, when we see clients in the community, we keep on the fact that all women who are likely to be pregnant, remember 1 out of 5 pregnancies are unplanned, whether married or unmarried women. So we should stress the fact that all women of reproductive age who are likely to be pregnant should have good folate nutritional status before pregnancy occurs. Because usually pregnancy is confirmed in the 2nd month, sometimes the 3rd month of pregnancy, and neural tube defect risks occurs in that period. So the time, other than the dosage of supplementation can be different in different environmental challenges, the time where you prescribe or you advise or you recommend for supplementation has to be taken into account as well. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Jasmine. It really helped me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasmin, for the answer. And next, we move to the seat question from Pigeon Holly. So maybe the committee could help to show it. Okay, this question for Dr. Yasmin. From the research result, is there any supplementation recommended to prevent pregnant women from giving birth to babies who are at risk of stunting?
It goes back to what the meta-analysis and systematic reviews inform us. The WHO 2003 and the Cochrane review shows that there is little or minimal benefit of providing that supplement. However, having said that, I know in our populations, many of our pregnant women have micronutrient deficiencies, that meaning to say they are not getting enough of micronutrients from their daily diet, and usually much more than ignorance. It's usually inability to afford. Okay, so when on top of not knowing better. Having said that, there are people who know what they need to do, but they simply cannot afford that. So in this situation, not only this MNS, but I would say that ensuring good micronutrient status, and if that is achievable, easier to be achieved by supplementation, then women can benefit from it. Now, the benefit is not only to address stunting in children. So it is to ensure a good outcome of the pregnancy for the mother, for the pregnant woman, as well as the infant that is going to be delivered of that woman. So you don't want preterm delivery, you don't want to have low birth weight, you don't want small gestational age, and because all these are likely to lead to stunting in children. And stunting in children not only is due to the first three causes that I've mentioned just now, the very environment that caused that woman to be suffering from micronutrient deficiency is also going to be the environment that the child grows up in. You see? So it is bigger than just considering multiple micronutrient supplementation. I hope that conveys the message. It's not that it is the panacea, it is that, do this and we will solve the problem of stunting, or put the children or put the infant on a good starting point. It is not as simple as that. I think the previous speaker from Oxford, Dr. Shankar, I think I managed to catch the last part of the panel discussion. I think he alluded to the same point as well. And I do apologize to the secretariat, to the organizers and our audience. I wasn't able to join you earlier because today is Malaysia Day. It's a public holiday in Malaysia. And there was a celebration in honor of Malaysia Day in the morning just now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yasmin, for the answer. And the next question is from Pigeon Holding again. Okay, there was a question to Dr. Yasmin again. Has there been any research on the relation between algae as a supplement to prevent and overcome stunting?
I must admit, I am not very well informed on this algae as a supplement. Having said so, probably we could expand algae to seaweed as well. Marine tropical seaweed is a good source of food for Indonesia as well as Malaysia, particularly for coastal communities. But unfortunately, I do apologize. I need to get back to you on that. Perhaps Dr. Kun, you might know of algae as a potential good source.
Dr. Kun, do you want to add the answer? Do you want it? Oh, okay. Okay. Next question. Oh, okay. There was a raised hand for Mr. Setio Prihatin.
Okay, thank you, Arvina. My question is to Dr. Yasmin. Most mothers didn't aware that they have a pregnancy. That in case they have a late to given supplementation during, for example, in trimester 1, can we give a catch up by giving double supplementation to the pregnant?
Okay, noted, Pak Setio. Yeah, 1 in 5 of our women do not know that they are pregnant. So this is not a one size fits all answer. So we have to go by nutrients. So for folate, if the first trimester is missed, NTD neurotube defects might have, the risk has already occurred. So for folate, late supplementation is actually not good and should be prevented wherever possible. For other micronutrients, I would say that there is no, in my personal opinion, there is no, from the evidence that I know, you can't up the dosage or double the dosage to make up for the lost time, because the body's uptake is the same. So more does not mean higher absorption rate.
It is effect on the baby maybe later or after birth. If we really given catch up to the supplementation.
Still the subject, the infant utero would still be subject to the absorption rate. So to in my opinion, we don't need to make up for the missed supplement just to prescribe to start the supplement upon finding out that the woman is pregnant. Having said that, the missed opportunity for folate should be a concern.
Thank you, Asmin, for the answer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasmin. And next, given chance for participants who want to ask directly to our speakers, please raise hand and unmute your device. Okay, Mrs. Zizi, do you want to ask?
Yes, Mbak Zizi, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Zize. I have a question for Dr. Kun. We know that some areas in Indonesia, there are still belief in food taboos during pregnancy. How to counseling a mother who have families with primitive attitudes, such as prohibiting certain foods during pregnancy. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for Zizi. Yes, in Indonesia, much taboos for pregnant women, like after birth, they cannot drink much water and not cannot eat chicken, fish. This is we should address with the science, our science method. Yeah, the reason why they have to remove the taboos, and we have to counsel them how the benefit of eating fish, eating chicken, or should drink much water for pregnant women. So they just counsel, they just advise what they have to do with the scientific reasons. This answer is easy.
Okay, Zizi, do you get the answer? Is it clear?
Okay, thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you, Zizi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kun, for the answer. The next, I think that was a question from pigeonholing again. Please the committee to show it. Okay, the question is to Dr. Kun. What should be prepared for women starting adolescence so that later they can have a healthy pregnancy?
Thank you for so yeah, thank you for someone asking this. Yeah, what should can we see in this way? What should what can we see?
The committee.
Yeah, the committee please prepare for women starting adolescent that they can the first thing we have to eating healthy. This is the one most important things. We have to eat healthy, following dietary guidelines. So you have to know what portion you have to eat. In Indonesia, we have habits that we eat much rice and then only kuah for sayur, for vegetables, and animal food, or just eat tempeh and less fruit. So they have to follow dietary guidelines, follow isi piring. This one I think can prepare for adolescent to be pregnant and healthy pregnancy. This one. The most important thing is eating healthy food.
Okay, Dr. Kun, thank you for the answer. Okay, I think it's enough for discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the panel session. Before I close the session, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. Interventions for preventing stunting should be conducted during pregnancy to ensure that pregnant mothers are not malnutrition and don't experience any need. And also stunting prevention intervention for teenage girls to ensure that those who will get married and become mothers are in good health and don't experience anemia, because teenage girls that are anemic can potentially suffer from conditions. I'm sorry. Poor dietary intake during the first 1,000 days of life causes permanent disability of millions more by affecting physical growth and mental development. This is our challenging to modify the healthy food that unique than lot of nutrition. For example, is one dish meal or fried rice. Okay, thank you again for the speakers. It's such an honor to have you out in international seminar today. And before we come to the end, we would like to virtually awarding for e-certificate by the Secretary of Department of Nutrition, Mrs. Ria Ambarwati, SKM MGZ, to our speakers.
You, Arvina, Dr. Yasmin, thank you your participation and seminar today. I give you certificate is proudly presentation a speaker international online nutrition seminar. Thank you, Dr. Yasmin.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Thank you, Ibu, for the invitation and for the time to share my thoughts with you on this topic. Thank you again. Yes.
Okay, the next certificate.
Yeah. And speaker 2, thank you, Dr. Kun Aristiati, SKM MKes, and your participation in seminar today. As speaker, International Online Nutrition Seminar. Thank you.
Thank you also, Julia, for inviting me as the speaker in this international. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ria Amarwati, to present a certificate. Before we close second session of our seminar, I would like to invite both speakers along with all other participants, and I hope all the participants may turn on the camera for photo session. Okay, I will start it. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Yasmin and Dr. Kun for joining with us. And for all participants, thank you very much for being a wonderful participants during this session. Hopefully to see you again. Thank you. I'm Arvina Dian, sending out as moderator for International Online Nutrition Seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I return to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you to Ms. Arvina. Thank you to Ms. Arvina. The next agenda is the handing over of certificates to our two moderators today. We give this certificate to Ms. Elsa Maulina Sofria as moderator at first panel at IONS 2023. And the second, we give to Ms. Arvina Dian Wahyu as moderator of the second panel at IONS 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the announcement of the winner quiz and the best questioners. For participants who won, you can contact the contact person on the official poster. So, for the first winner is, congratulations for Fifi. And second winner is, congratulations to Fitria. Third winner is, congratulations for Nabila Maulidina. And the best questioners from the first and second panel discussion are Miss Susi and Ambarwani. Congratulations for the winners. You can contact the contact person on the official poster for the reward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the speakers, the academic community majoring in nutrition, Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Semarang, and all seminar participants who have attended the event to the end. We apologize if there are shortcomings in the implementation. I am Rista Angelina, and I'm Sola Gracia. See you at IONS 2024.
Thank you, Ibu Yasmin.
Terima kasih juga Ibu Sudi menjem.
Thank you.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Yasmin.
Dr.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
See you for the next IONS.
Insyaallah, insyaallah. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.